I'm back in my bag, yo. Conscious. ISO. Diamond. Back in my bag and I gotta brag, I do this shit for real. When we was down and we had nothing, we had to share a meal. We put the shit in overdrive with no steering wheel. Shorty throw that thing back in a pair of heels. Yeah, she be riding on that thing like a Ferris wheel. Yeah, I love them dark skin, brown skin, caramel. You know I had to bring it to the hood like she Karen Civil when she keep on turning head. Cause when she walk that thing jiggle. And we going back to back on them like we Huey and we Riley. This that back in my back, flow, we back again so highly. This that back in my back, flow, we back to change the climate. This that back in my back, flow, we bring the force like Tommy. Back in my bag, flow. Back in my, yeah, back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, yeah, I'm back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, this my, back in my bag, flow. Back again, yeah, we keep on stacking it, what's happening? Everything in Gucci got me feeling like I'm dapper then. Life has been a movie, yeah, so shout out to the cameraman. Pull up to the scene, it's going down like an avalanche. Steady going up like a travel plan. Homer Simpson face, lucky power plant. Yeah, I'm off that dope, like I'm back again to Vizzy at the Millies. I don't club hers, give the word if it's a cinch, love forgive me. Still having motion, dog, so why would I slow it? Make it rain on them, bust a band, then you throw it. We was steady having it, even at our lowest. High speed road runner, keep my motor going. Hey, people feel away, but they don't show it. Gotta watch the people that's around you, that you.
Insomnia, sit and spin. Come and let the party begin. Get on up out of your seat. The EDC meet and greet. On the edge of your seat, you just can't wait. You've been counting the days, it's almost here. deep in the night's great jaws. Sit and spin under the neon glow. Wide awake where the insomniacs go. Feel the steel flash, let the adrenaline flow. Juven's night flicks, it's the live late show. It's the live late show. Right away. It's the live late show. We're too sharp to dull, too fast to catch. Each blade is the spark making midnight hatch. In the zone we own on this Twitch dispatch, where the world sits still but the vibes still match. Time's a blur in the sleepless den. Every move's a twist, that slice in the zen. Juven's got the rhythm, the pulse of man. Locked in the spin till the morning end. Sit and spin under the neon glow. Wide awake where the insomniacs go. Feel the steel flash, let the adrenaline flow. Juven's night flicks, it's the live late.
Warning signs of satanic behavior may be apparent, such as a sudden, bitterly antagonistic attitude towards family and religion, listening exclusively to heavy metal rock music, almost to the point of addiction. When one or more of these warning signs are evident, you should look further for ritual items such as a pentagram or other satanic symbols, black or red robes, a decorative dagger or knife, a chalice or goblet, black candles, a personal diary with a black cover, which is called a Book of Shadows, and copies of publications, such as the Satanic Bible and the Satanic Rituals, and possibly a small makeshift altar.
What is up, guys? I just heard my mic crack. Is it too loud? Yeah, my binder didn't have a black cover when I was practicing my metal music, satanic rituals. I do remember that commercial though. That was from the early 80s. What is going on, guys? Welcome to Insomniac Sit and Spin. Who all's in here? I know I'm a little bit early. And his late Greg Vanderlip is in the house. Or was in the house. He was first in the house, actually. He left first in there. Then my brother Richard Hopkins is in the house. What's going on, Richard? Brother Paul Mills, channel members both. What's up, guys? Good to see you. NFK 20, the Lego Javon. Yes, the Lego Javon is actually in the corner of the screen. That's a little thing that my Bizarre app started doing. It did a couple of weird ones. It did me as a Lego, and then it did me as a couple things, actually. One of them's this claymation dude. I kind of like the Lego dude. He suited me. I felt kind of like a Lego most of the time. It's kind of blocky and worthless. But no, man, we got NFK 2026, NFK 2026. There you go. That's probably NFK 20, maybe not. I don't know. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome. Well, guys, Satisfaction, what's up, channel member and brother? Good to see you in the house on a late Tuesday night. Yeah, man. Chris229, channel member, what is up? Good to see you, brother. Hope everybody's having a fantastic start to your week. It's been a wet one here. I had a weird thing happen. Now, I'm thinking it's probably tariff related, but I had a UPS delivery yesterday. He was supposed to come back today, and he hasn't yet. But anyway, it was something the company had sent me out to review, right? And it was, he came up and he was kind of looked puzzled. He was like, John, this is odd. You know, here's a package, but it says it's got $41 due. I was like, that's weird. He goes, yeah, you know, I'm not sure if it's an error or something. He goes, I've seen this a couple of times. What's up, Mad Yako? Good to see you, channel member, brother. Anyway, I said, well, you know, you can take it back and check on it if you want to and just bring it back tomorrow when you're over here. You know, I don't mind paying the $41. It either has to be a money order, a check, which I have some checks, but I don't use them much, or some other weird form of payment, and it has to be made out to UPS. And when he walked off, he goes, you know, I wonder if it has anything to do with tariffs. And I didn't know if any of you other guys, I didn't post in the YouTube group because I didn't feel like it was that worthy of a thing. But I wonder if that's maybe a way, because every time a company will send you stuff, they assign a value to it for insurance, and just because that's how their shipping system does. Um, and like I said, I told them I didn't mind paying it. I just wanted it to be accurate, right? I didn't want it to be some UPS jacked up system. But he said he'd had it happen a couple of other times in the neighborhood where it hadn't before. And that's why he said, I wonder if it has anything to do with, but it doesn't seem to me that the shipper would be the one that would be, I wouldn't see how that would tie together. But I don't do economics. I don't do government. I don't do very much that makes stupid videos. But I'm stoked to be here. I hope everybody is having, like I said, a good week. I got a cool couple of knives in from Big Idea Design. I'm a fan of Big Idea Design. I've always had their pins, but what I got in was a fixed blade and a folder. I'd never seen their folders before. I have seen their Lookout Fixie, a little small EDC Fixie. They do one version that's made in Chattanooga, and then they do this version that's a little bit less, that was OEM by Best Tech. I think it's just first when they were trying to get their production up. I don't know if they still have the Best Tech version, but they came out with a little bigger one, and it ships with, I did an unboxing that'll come out tomorrow. It ships with an ulti-clip or straps. So you've got a couple of different ways to carry it. It's called the Dino, and it's named after the Big Idea Design Company guy's uncle, who they're from the Chattanooga, Tennessee area, but the uncle is from Kentucky, and he's the one that got the Big Idea Design Company guy interested in knives, gave him his first knife, took him outdoors camping for the first time. But this is a little G10 USA made Nitro V. So they say USA made with USA and German / Austrian components because Nitro V comes from there, evidently. But it's a USA made knife, right? The steel just is sourced from over there, and they chose Nitro V and coated it with Cerakote. But it's a really cool knife, feels really good. I've carried it only a little bit. I haven't even carried it a full day, but I have cut some with it. I haven't run it through its paces, but it came very sharp. I think it's going to be a really cool Dino, like Deano, but Dino is what I think. But the one that's really impressed me, I saw it's got a very simple name. It's called the TI Pocket Knife 2. TI Pocket Knife 2. They have a TI Pocket Knife 1. But what is amazing to me about this knife is it feels very substantial in hand. It reminds me kind of in feel, and some of you guys might understand this, but Chris Reeves of Sabenza. Very thin, yet the blade is going to be thicker than either of the scales, right? It's got a little back spacer. It's got a flipper, and it's got this M390 blade that is just wicked. Kind of a modified drop point, clip point. Does not have a lock bar insert, but it has glassy action. Reverse finger flicking can be tricky just because it's placed, the thumb stud is placed right against that lock bar, so you kind of got to know where you're going. But the thumb studs work great. The knife's super sharp and just I was impressed. I didn't know what to expect. I had one of there at one time. I gave it away, but I had a Big Idea Design Company razor knife that had just a razor blade. But this thing is very, very impressive. Again, I'll do an unboxing that you guys will see tomorrow if you watch it, but I'll do a review after I carry it. It's in my pocket now, and I plan to use it, get some scuffs on it. But it's got a flipper tab, low profile, if you like that, or it's got thumb studs, so I guess you'd call it multiple deployments. Very clean, one piece of hardware. That's right. You don't see any body screws on this. So it's got the pivot, and then it's got a reversible clip on the back there. So you take that back screw out. I'll take it apart and do a video on it. I'll try to match some skiffs up. I'll take it apart and see what size skiffs I need to order for it. But yeah, it's a really cool knife. I'm very impressed with it. It was a cool package. It came yesterday. And then the other thing that I got, I've been reaching out to CMB. Kind of had a mixed bag with those guys. I had one of the first knives that I experienced from them, the first knife and the only knife I'd experienced from them, and my only good experience from Atlantic Knife Company was after Jared Neves reviewed their Predator, which was a bar lock, kind of nice, hardy budget knife, right? And this is their Explorer. Then they sent me one that was one of their high end ones that had a really weird clip. I don't know. It really didn't do it for me. And they didn't really send me anything after that. But I kept asking because I appreciate what they do in terms of a budget knife company, because they come out with, in my opinion, very original designs. And this is no exception. This knife is really kind of nice because it's 14C 28N. It's about $56, deep carry, reversible clip. Micarta, but they got other materials too. And you can get it with a regular blade or a dark blade, coated blade. What's up, Burnt Relic? Sorry, guys. I have not even been looking at the chat. I'm trying to watch this without stabbing myself in the gut. But it's just a really good sized knife, bigger than the Bug Out. I had an unboxing today that came out on it. Smaller than a PM2, but for $56, I haven't put it through its paces. I've not sharpened it yet because I do like to do that after I cut with them a lot, is just to see how the steel feels. Not that I'm a metallurgist or would really know, but I did buy Laren's book and I am learning. I'm trying to learn. And there's a video that I wanted to share with you guys in just a little bit here and see if y'all watched it. It was a video that Laren did yesterday, the day before yesterday, where he interviews the president and the CEO of Niagara Specialty Metals. Fascinating. I didn't know how the knife steel business worked, but it was a great look into how the knife steel business works, how integral Niagara Specialty Metals has been in the knife game, so to speak. Did you watch it, Paul? Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I'm going to share it and share the link and go to a couple of parts that I found, really cool about it. That how a lot of these metals, like right now, they're working with Magnamax, which is the next phase of MagnaCut, of Laren's design steels and other powder metallurgy steel. He's developed this a little bit better, allegedly, and more balanced than MagnaCut. It's higher in edge retention, I think, specifically. Henry G, what's up? And they're talking about they've got two, what do they call them? They call them mills, two mills that are making it. And right now it's they have some scale that they rated on for consistency, and it's like 0.3 to 0.4 inconsistent, which in most cases that wouldn't be a big deal. But if you're producing runs of it and you're selling it to knife makers, you've got to make sure that whatever Niagara is talking about, when they start obtaining it from these mills, because they're going to have to source two different mills. Because, guys, what I realized is it's amazing that we have any knife steel, because the margins for doing things like titanium or Chris 229, thank you, brother. You got the man hug coming up, because that is huge, dude. 16 months. I don't deserve it, but I do appreciate it. And if I blow y'all's ears out, y'all give me a thumbs down. I'll turn it down. Thanks, brother. I'm going to eventually. Sobek Scooter, what is up, Scotty? Good to see you, man. But anyway, and he was talking about how they've got to get those mills, have to get that consistency exact so that when they send it out to knife makers, that it can be heat treated the same, because especially with custom makers, they'll notice small variations in that. And what was amazing to me is we really should be thankful that we have companies that are taking the time to make knife steels, specializing on the tool industry and the knife industry. It kind of started with the tool industry that then geared up, probably from some conversations with Spyderco and other bigger companies to even get them turned in that direction. Because when you look at these mills, these places that roll out material to be used in other industries, the knife industry is probably the lowest profit margin or amongst the lowest profit margin that you can find. There, you can be doing stuff for aerospace, you can be doing stuff for a lot of other, letting your machines work for a lot of other companies. So it was cool in that respect. And I really kind of, I was stoked to see it. And I don't watch stuff like that usually, but it goes back to me just trying to get a little more educated on how all that works. Cause for me, I had no idea, like when Shane, Edgy American, says he's ordering or he can't find right now any of this steel, or I can't find now any of that steel, or when he just found that S110V for Paul, you don't realize how they call them, I think, millets that they come in. And when like Niagara, back when because they talk about years ago, they knew, I don't know, my brain's kind of going all over the place, but years ago, they knew that Crucible was having issues because they went through that one bankruptcy. And they knew because the president CEO was very transparent with the president CEO of Niagara. This guy's been at Niagara for 35 years, so he knows the knife steel business as good as anybody. But he stocked up a lot on S90V. Yeah, that's right. And there will be no more 15V. So if you've got access to a 15V Spyderco and you like that, grab one, guys. Because that's one thing he said, and it wasn't the heat treating, it's the ovens, the mills that they use go up to a certain temperature to do something to steel. We'll look at it. Something in the raw steel metallurgy part of rolling shit out. But I was surprised that he said that 20CV could be obsolete. Yeah, Scotty, I was too, because we know TRM loves 20CV. I love 20CV. It's one of my favorite steels. And I know that the Chinese version of 20CV is, we see it on a lot of knives, right? And it could be regular 20CV. Magnamax, that's Kathleen, what they were talking about. It's MagnaCut. It's got the basic properties that Laren put into MagnaCut are in Magnamax, but it's got a couple of more element tweaks that allegedly don't reduce any of the corrosion resistance or any of the other balanced areas, but it gives it slightly higher edge retention or higher edge retention than current MagnaCut. I do too, Paul. And I think what'll happen is we'll find out that the steels that are out there that have been named stuff, like I was fascinated when he was talking about CTX. I forget where that comes from, Carpenter maybe, but I think a lot of it, from the way it sounds, from how Niagara got into the knife steel business, it's a lot of it's marketing. So we could get a composition that is very good, like M390. And I don't know what 204P is, but he threw off a couple of that were analogs for all basic purposes, but they might be better. No, Magnamax is going to be used by custom makers too. What it is it's going to be a specialty metal like MagnaCut. So Dr. Laren Thomas, metallurgist, he's also a knife guy, when he developed MagnaCut, and he went to Niagara Specialty Metals to find out if they could get Crucible to make it, because it was a recipe, right, that had to be put together. So when Magnamax, because right now Magnamax has been prototyped, everything worked out great on the edge retention. So these two mills that Niagara Specialty Metals is using are trying to get it to when they both send out a piece of Magnamax, it's exactly consistent. And once they get to that point, which he thinks will be Q3, Q4, it'll be available to people like Shane, Edgy American, or Spyderco, or, name your U.S. knife maker. And I don't know, to be honest with you, I don't know what's happened in the whole tariff thing. I know that there was some agreement reached, so I don't know if we're going to ship more to China if they would ever buy it from us. I don't know. I just know that the knife steel business is not is what would I say high volume as we would probably think. It's very niche, but I was impressed that Laren put the video together because it's interesting. I don't know how many people are watching or how many people have seen it. Let me check something real quick. Knife nerds. Is it knife nerdery or knife nerds? I'm typing behind the scenes, which is never good for engagement with you guys. Thomas. I'm trying to find. I'll just go to my history. Here we go. Let me just go to my history. Do you think after a couple of 400 or 500 times of doing this that I understand what I was doing a little better? But I struggle. Let's see. Where history. And we're not going to watch the video. I'm not going to put y'all through that, but I do want to see how many views it has, and I do want to share it with you guys. So if you want to click on it and watch it later, I found it very interesting, and that's not the kind of content. It's got 7,000, almost 8,000 views. So let's share it, copy it. All right. I'm going to drop it right here. And we'll watch parts of it at some point, but this is the video. And really, it goes into everything that happens with your steels. I'll even pin it top of the chat. I think it's that good. It gave me a lot of insight in what goes into making these metals desirable for people like Edgy, who can then work with them, heat treat them to their maximum, their optimal heat treat, and then see if they're getting the results out of it. It's interesting because to me, there's not a definitive winner, and what's the best steel. It's always what you're using it for. And people like different steels for different reasons because we're all unique in that way. And a lot of it times it's sharpening. A lot of times it's just something that we've got. I would call it an intrinsic bias, maybe. Mount St. Cheeto. Dude, I love your names. And Shane does know how to get things hard. He works hard at it. There, Rick. What is up? All right, the little Lego guy staring at me is kind of giving me the willies. So I'm gonna put a little confused brain up there, and I'm gonna throw on some quiet mood music, if y'all don't mind. We're gonna get back to it. Oh, I know you are. Absolutely know you are. And y'all tell me if you hear an echo. I hear it from things. I think I showed these Friday night, but these are some AWT scales for my PM2. I don't know if you can see that milling. They're liner delete. So I was able to take the clip side liner and put it back in my box because the scales milled to receive that side of the, it's threaded and everything like that. So the knife, as a result, is really light. This is my S110 Blurple paramilitary 2, the first real knife I bought when I got back into the knife game. Hey, Ron Crow. How are you, channel member? I don't want to cut myself when I switch hands. Good to see you, buddy. But I'm really impressed with AWT. I did a scale mod on this, and I've got one more scale mod I'm doing. I can actually show you. how nicely these things are done, these scales. And you'll see this. I've got a knife coming in that Kyle's sending for Shane. I'm going to put some scales on his Shaman. And I ordered him these. They're a liner delete too, I think. Yeah, this side is the clip side, and that's where the liner will be taken out. And this thinner scale goes over the compression lock side. And they're milled, they're textured. I don't know why it's not showing up. I can't see it probably because I've got terrible vision. Maybe I can. But they're done really good. They're clean. USA made. He's got his logo on the inside there. But I'll be putting these on hopefully in a couple of days. Hopefully that'll, or early next week. But yeah, I'm kind of wondering now why the UPS guy it is definitely thicker because you've got, if you think of the weight difference just in the titanium, but you do have the liners in there as well. So the titanium, before I talk out of my ass, yeah, you've got the liners. So these are, it's got a full set of steel liners inside it. So the G10, got a 20 CV G10 one. This is the, I think, and I'm not a river lock / axis lock guy. I prefer a snappy detent, but for a knife that I carry in my pocket that I cut stuff with, this Bulldog design is the best in my opinion. I love it as an EDC knife. I was a huge fan of the Neuron. This is just about the same length, but it's a little wider, more contoured. This one's 20 CV. It is a great knife, great USA made knife, kind of a smaller company that doesn't get as much kudos. I'm talking to my local knife company, and this is just me gossiping, so it shouldn't affect anything. But when I say my local knife company, I mean the store that I go to, that I did a video from out there not too long ago, I think last week or 2 weeks ago. But they're very interested in, I've been sending them some information on TRM. And TRM, one of their requirements to even be considered for a dealer is you have to have a brick and mortar. And Knives and More's been in business since 2005. No, it was 1990 something. So I think they'd be a good match. I'm actually taking my TRMs down there this week for them to check out and hold and feel. I believe in Three Rivers Manufacturing. Think they make the knives that are perfectly suited for what I like, which is light EDC cutting, something that's really a laser beam, like my Atom. Just perfect cutting tools. But on top of that, before they made knives, as Halpern Titanium, they were supplying pieces and parts for most of the USA knife companies, and still probably do in some capacity. But they're some of the kindest people and most generous to the knife community. When there's a fundraiser in the community, something's happened and we're doing stuff to raise money, they're the first to raise their hand. They never talk about it, but they are absolutely wonderful people. So I'm a big believer in their knives and in their moral and ethics. And I can believe, I'm the weird guy who can like a knife, and I can separate a knife and a maker. And that makes people mad. So I can love my Slim Midi And I'm not saying that I believe and agree with everything Greg Medford says. I'm just saying I like my Slim Midi. I like Medford knives. I like kind of what he's tried to do as a maverick in the knife industry in the U.S. I think he's been good for it. I don't know. I haven't been around that long, but there's a lot of things that I don't agree with at all. But doesn't stop me from buying his knives. There are very few things, and bad experiences will, or bad customer service will. They really do. And I think, unfortunately, they're overlooked. And for a long time, they were really hard to get. You had to not hard to get. You just had to be on the ball. Sobek Scooter in the chat is the one that turned me on to TRM early on. He got me loving them. And I traded my first one with, God, I'm thinking he had a different name at the time. But anyway, I did a trade in the community and got my first Neutron and loved it. And after that, I was off to the races. And everything I've gotten from them, which is every knife except for the first one that they made that you can't find anywhere, allegedly, I've never even seen it, I've collected. Roman, it's such a good knife. I mean, the G10 is a great knife. I'm a big fan. To me, the G10 is my daily carry because it's lighter. I might get some micarta scales for this at some point, but the G10, the Contour G10 just feels good. Titanium feels great too. But they're good knives. And what I like is when they first released this, it was just available in MagnaCut. And then they started to offer 20 CV. So you can order it or buy it in MagnaCut or 20 CV. There's no price difference because I guess the steels cost the same. I don't know. I love the Nerd. I'm a huge Nerd fan. It's a little guy, but I love the blade shape because it's shaped kind of like the Shadow. Got that taller, higher, or I guess you'd call it a taller blade. And it's got this forward choil. So it really, small knife, but it carries a little bit bigger, even if you've got a larger hand. I think it's done very well. They used to make it where it did not have a hole. This is the Holy Nerd, because that used to be one of the biggest mods that they would do. And people would send TRM pictures of the mods they shared on their page. And they finally just said, well, we're going to cut that hole out. I've got a 20 CV Nerd that still has the TRM logo there, and it's solid. It's more of a slow roller. I think that's the way it's designed to be opened. They look so good together. Let me show you. I love the Shadow. It is a great cutter. But these little blades are like twins. Like a big boy, little boy. But then this is another example of a TRM knife that is designed with blade geometry to cut stuff. It is just a simple, efficient, understated, elegant cutting tool with G10 handles. I've got a buddy here that has it in titanium, but unfortunately they don't sell the scales. I think it's because they don't want people having issues taking apart axis lock knives or bar lock knives. And I get it. I wouldn't want the headaches because I'm sure there are a lot of people that get them apart and have issues. If you watch a video or two and you don't let the springs fly off, you're going to be good. But this is a great knife. This is probably my favorite besides the Bulldog, my second favorite TRM. Very thin, very light. Just a nice one. And they're very reasonably priced quality USA knives. And like a lot of the other USA companies, if you ever have a problem with it, all you have to do is reach out to them. They stand behind their products. They've got really good customer service. and they're a small company. So I've learned over the years, the girls I talk to at the show are the same girls in customer service. Paul, those are great deals, buddy. Because I think I got my Adam, I got it off their website, and I want to say it was about $275 before I bought my titanium scales for it. What code you trying to use, buddy? Oh, scales 25. Oh gosh, where did you see that? And I'm telling you guys, people are moving knives, and it's a buyer's market right now, right? I'm not buying knives right now, but I've seen prices that are nuts. My buddy A to Z EDC called me a little while ago and said he did what I did before, what I used to do. He didn't remember buying the knife last night and woke up to a confirmation. He picked up an MBK sawtooth or something on MBK Sabertooth. That's what he picked up. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. There it is. Oh yeah, that's this one that Kyle loves. So this is what my buddy picked up off Blade Binge last night while he was asleep. I love that blade. Good looking stuff. Code is working. He just spelled it wrong. Guys, that's a great deal. And I know there are a lot of Bulldog scales in stock right now. I haven't checked the other ones. I was looking at Bulldog scales today, the double black micarta. For some reason, I just like changing them out, but I don't need to spend money on scales. Not right now. And then 1931 Leatherworks Tactical Terry made me this little sheath. I think I've shown it off before. I've been carrying it with Scott Aries EDC's smallest knife, the pedal that Paul Mills was kind enough to gift me and have made for me because he knew I love little knives. And this is a forever knife. So I absolutely love it. And has a Kydex sheath that works great. But Terry wanted to get some of his work out there, so Scott might see and people know that there's, Joe at Lancelot Leather's fantastic. I love Joe. There are just other options, other guys out there doing stuff too. You do have choices and options. And if Joe's busy and can't get to it, Terry's the man. I'm also a big fan because I'm a pocket dropper guy of these Oak City leather. You can order these. You choose the hardware color and go stainless. I'll get black all the time. Choose the thread, choose the leather, and then choose the clip. So this one's got a concealment carry clip, deep concealment clip. This one's, and he's got them made for all different types of knives. It's got the ulti clip. I've got another one for my Chickadee that's just got a regular clip. But these are good sheaths too. It's a great little knife. For an EDC fixie, the T. Denny Apprentice. This one's in I think this one's Crewwear. Maybe CTS XHP. I can't remember. It's one of the two. And then I've got another one in Mag Gen 1. Todd Carr, good evening, brother. What's up, buddy?
How we doing?
Doing good, man. How are you?
I'll do okay now. I was frustrated. My camera wasn't working.
Was it just giving you weird? Was it just not recognizing it, or a
No,
lot of times?
I had moved my mount, and when I moved the mount, for some reason, it threw off the phone settings for landscape and portrait. It wouldn't let me get into landscape, so I had to restart my computer, restart my phone, mess around with some stuff, and then finally got it back up and working.
Oh man, yeah. That's a lot of times I'll have to take if it gets stuck in landscape or portrait, and anything happens, like somebody calls on it, I have to physically take it out of the little prop pod thing I've got pointing down. I've got to hold it so it'll go into landscape mode, and then stick it back in there without turning it to make it flip again. So it is a pain.
Yeah.
Technology is amazing that we can get any of this stuff to work. So hey, buddy, did you have a good? I was going to say, did you understand my text about how you can download that your video?
Yeah, I wasn't too worried about it. It was more of a impromptu, just showing, teaching. It wasn't going to be like a seminar or anything. So
No, but I just wonder if that wouldn't be good content for you to start at least cataloging and saving and using it to show people or put it on your page. I guess you don't want to necessarily do that.
I might. What's going on, guys? Hey, Paul, Todd, Sarah, Rick, Richard, Roman, Senor Cheeto.
Mount St. Cheetos. I love it.
Scooter.
That flipped Stevie out when he saw it the other night.
I know, that was great.
That was great. It was a trigger.
So what's going on?
Oh man, not a thing. Just getting through a Tuesday night with all these guys, enjoying it. We may have a couple other guests. We may not. We may just be us kind of hanging for a little bit. But I'm all about it. I was showing off some Big Idea Design Co. stuff, or Big Idea Design. I guess they kind of dropped the co. This fixie that they offer, that they make in the U.S. It's Nitro V.
Yeah.
Just a basic, sweet little knife. He's designed it after a knife his granddad or his uncle, Dean, because this is called the Dino, had. That he or has how he remembers his uncle's Dean's knife from Kentucky. So I haven't put it through any paces, but it seems to be really good blade geometry. I'm not that don't know a lot about Nitro V, but they chose it and Cerakoted it for a reason, and then they tumbled it after they Cerakoted it. But they thought Nitro V was the steel to use, even though it's not sourced domestically. They say that it's sourced in Germany or Austria.
Yeah,
so it's a U.S. knife with international parts.
Yeah, that's a great choice for a fixed blade steel. But yeah, it doesn't matter if it's American steel or not, because it's not like it's a knockoff steel. I mean, it's a reputable steel.
Absolutely. I was talking to these guys earlier. You might have heard it. Have you watched the video with Laren and the president of Niagara?
No, I heard about it.
It's really good.
Yet, but I heard about it.
I mean, there was no...
Hang on a second, John. Hold that thought. Sure. I'll be right back. I got to snag something real quick.
Go ahead, buddy. He had something in the clamps that looked cool. I was about to ask him what those were. Todd, do not give up. I got a text this morning from a panicked Brother Grant who had spaced it, and he's getting that shipped to Kyle. So you'll still got your tripper coming. What is up, dude? Ryan.
What's going on, guys?
How are you, bud?
I'm doing good over here in Mississippi.
Oh, you're traveling.
I am. Just got the crew over here today. We got checked into our rooms and did a little bit of orientation, and now I'm kind of getting settled in for the night.
Hey, man. I have background in construction and customer service. If you ever need someone to help you, you let me know. Yeah, buddy. And Todd, I just had spaced it, and I'm gonna stay with him. We'll get it handled.
All right. Sorry about that, John.
No sweat, dude.
I should have been
prepared. I just found it really interesting on how the knife steel business or industry even came to be, kind of from the tool steel. It sounds like it's a very low margin type of business, And if it wasn't for companies like Niagara, we might not be able to get knife steels here specifically made for the knife industry or
Yeah.
used and adopted by the knife industry, I guess I should say.
Niagara's that's what people used to get confused about. Was they used to think that you could buy steel from Crucible. It's like Crucible didn't sell raw steel to people. Crucible sold it to distributors like Niagara who would roll it and sell it.
Right. And the
they
role
plays
of
a
the
vital
process I
role.
didn't understand because that's really what makes it consumable by a knife maker like Shane or like Spyderco.
Right. No one wants to buy it in a 4x4 block of steel.
Right.
Not saying that's what the specs are, but I'm just saying it in general. Like you don't want to have a huge chunk that you're trying to work with.
Yeah, the small shops aren't going to have the saws to cut it and to finish it. But yeah, I thought it was it was very interesting, and he didn't seem worried about the ability to get steels. I was surprised because you'll see that he talks about some steels that he thinks the names will go away. 20 CV being one of them.
Yeah, I heard that. I
Where he
heard
was
that.
talking about obsolescence and I guess the name crossover. And he named a couple of steels. Paul Mills mentioned one earlier besides M390 that he said, was as good or better.
Well, I mean, there's a lot that are better than M390, but that's beside the point.
Right. I think he's talking about within that grade level, right?
Yeah,
So,
I mean, same thing. I mean, S45 is better than M390.
because Laren asked some good questions like, are SKUs going to go down or are they going to stay the same or are they going to get more? And he talked about Magnamax a little bit.
Yeah, 204P is the same. So 20 CV, M390, and 204P are virtually identical. They're basically the same steel, just different brands that would sell them. Same thing as your 14C AEBL and Nitro B, or we call them families because they're basically chemically they're not much difference and they react the same.
So they have the same properties in terms of
correct
toughness, edge retention, and stuff.
154 RWL 34, ATS 34. That family is another one. There's a bunch of different families they have similar counterparts just made by a different company.
I was surprised. Yeah, similar family. I was surprised.
Yeah, that's your whole family tree, Crispy.
How up and positive he was on CPM 154. He was talking about that's something that they get a huge demand for. 'Cause I guess a lot in the custom world, which I think they service a lot too.
That's for custom makers because we talked about this before. That whole family, the abrasion resistance on it for like polishing a blade is a lot easier. So custom makers will love to use it because it's easier to work with than a steel like S90V, which is a bitch to polish. But 154, that's why you see a lot of those custom guys will use that because it's easier for them to work with.
Are you saying the 154 is easier to polish too?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly why. So like if they're trying to get a mirror polish on blade, 154 is a hell of a lot easier to work with than something like an S90 or a Crewwear or any of those type of things. There's different ones that are easier to work on. That's why they chose those. Plus that was kind of the rock steady back in the day, and a lot of the custom makers are kind of stuck in their ways. So, and especially when you get to those pieces, like those are art pieces. A lot of those, they're not designed to be performance driven.
Right. And exactly. They've got a totally different use case scenario, right? For photos or for carrying, not for chopping through straps like Brother Scotch does.
Yep. I miss some people. What's up, Pedro? What's up, Neil? NFK.
I missed a bunch too.
I didn't even get started. As soon as I got on, I guess the internet here is pretty slow. As soon as I got on here, everything froze up for a few seconds.
So, buddy, what are you doing over in Mississippi? You said you got a team over there getting started on something?
I brought about 20 guys over here. We got to get them. I'm over here getting them acclimated to a job site, new Amazon data center. It's probably the biggest job site I've ever seen for my life.
You said that. Are you doing the external or finishing? Where do
I'm installing the fire alarm system.
Okay, so you go through and you check it out, you spec it out, you see what you're going to need based on what they're trying to do.
They just give me the drawings. We're running the pipe and pulling the wire for it. We're not doing any of the terminations or anything like that. I don't want that liability. So
does the city or does the government do that?
No, there's CSI will actually bring somebody in to do that.
Okay. Is that
CSI is like the second biggest controls company in the nation.
So both Ryan and Shane are fire retardant.
Yeah.
I forget the comment that when Shane was talking about that the other night.
Dr. Drew.
Was it Drew?
It was Drizzy.
That's probably the funniest thing I've read in a long time.
Yeah, I thought I love it. I love it. I was in
They tried to burn him because he was retarded. Come to find out, he's just fire retardant.
Yeah, exactly. That was it.
Ryan, I saw you message me before I was hopping on here. I didn't get a chance to look at it yet, though.
Oh, you're good, man. It ain't no rush.
Okay.
No rush, man. So, Kyle, what you had going on today? I see you got some edgy blades on your desk there.
Yeah, I got done. I spent a lot of last night polishing handles. I was hoping he would come on, so I was going to show them off to him because I haven't had a chance to show them off. And I started getting ready to start sharpening these. I got that
I'll
one.
make you big for a second.
Let me get this one out of the way. Hang on.
Hey, Kyle, you got something on the side of your screen as well.
Where?
It's showing on the right side over here on our end. I don't know.
Hang on 1 second.
I didn't even notice that.
Hang on 1 second. Let me try to do
Looks like
something.
there's a finger there.
Well, there is now, but let me see if I can move this over here.
Fingers will do that to you.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. You got it.
Part of my
I figure
screen.
it's part of your stand or something.
No, the mount was blocking part of the screen or the iPhone camera. So that material polishes up gorgeous.
Is that a Brian handle
No, this is a Shane handle.
that you polished up? Wow.
Yeah.
What is that? What material? Is that like a
Resin. It's an acrylic. And this is not showing it very well. I don't have a here. Let me get a better light on this thing. But it looks like glass in person.
that blade looks wicked. What's the oh yeah.
It's got so much depth to it. It's crazy.
It looks like it got some browns and some
It's copper and purple and blues, and then a bit of dark, almost to the black.
is that the material that he bought and then he was disappointed because he didn't think it
No,
was
This
okay.
was. Yeah, this
What
is.
a light you got there, buddy.
If I'm not mistaken, that's this may be from Chromatic EDC. I'm not 100% sure.
Is that a custom or is that one that's in Shane's line?
No, this is one. This is the Goon.
The Goon. So the Thug, the Goon, and then what's the other one you've got up there to the right?
This one.
Yeah.
That's the Homestead.
The Homestead.
And then so Ryan, this is that wood that he was talking about being Ipe wood. But I don't know if you can see how well you can see that or not. But that's 800 grit. I mean, it turned out it's smooth as silk.
And Ipe is heavy and it's 100% water resistant.
And
That's absolutely amazing.
I've not seen Ipe turn out like that. So I'm not 100%. I don't think it's Ipe.
That looks exactly like we used to make outdoor kitchen enclosures for Sub-Zero Wolf out of Ipe.
This looks like a Brazilian rosewood almost.
It looks like it. The way we would finish our Ipe is we would sand it and then we would put some kind of oil on it. And it looked very much like a Brazilian rosewood.
Like a teak oil or something? Or
Yeah.
tongue oil?
Yeah, they use some kind of oil on it.
So this was Ryan, I don't know if you got your background on. I can hear you.
I've got something going on my computer. I'll be right back, guys.
No, you're good. It just might have been the volumes on because I see the echo. So this is, I took it up to 800 and then just used some beeswax and buffed it with it. And it turned out I mean, it's super, super slick and nice.
It looks gorgeous. Does it add weight or does it seem, because that's how you would know if it was Ipe, if it's real
It's
dense
not
and heavy.
it's not any heavier than the regular wood. I mean, but it's also on the knife, so it's hard to tell. But Ipe doesn't sand very easy, and this sands like a dream.
Are you hand sanding or are you using a belt sander or
hand
something?
sanding everything. And then the same thing with that one is again, it's hard to see in this light, but you can see some of that.
That looks like a bowling ball, dude.
I love the way that looks.
That looks gorgeous. That knife design is just so good.
But these are taken up to 2000 and then 2 micron finish on the sanding.
Show that Maker's Mark. That's awesome.
See the light.
It is. I told him I wanted to send him mine to have it put on mine too.
Is he having that lasered?
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah, somewhere locally, I think, ain't it?
I don't know why that. I wish I could get the better lighting on this, but I mean, maybe that's a little bit better.
Make you bigger again. I mean, it looks like a galaxy almost, like you're looking out in the cosmos from what I can see.
It's like 3D.
Well, it's weird. It's like in person, you can actually see like there's depth to the colors in there when you're trying to look into it.
Yeah.
Because it's different materials, right? I mean, they're kind of globbed up against each other because the copper, I would think, has a different mass than the resin next to it. So it would make sense that it's got different depths.
It's wild.
So Kyle, did Shane pour those or
no? These, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this material is from. It's either from Outcast Blanks or from Valley, and I'm not 100% sure which one's which.
Okay.
So,
is that a pretty big industry, or is it kind of very specialty where you don't have that much selection? I mean,
it's kind of specialized, but it depends. If you get it in blocks, it's more variety because then people use it for other things.
Gotcha. So you can, if you can cut it down or machine mill it more, you can have more options.
Let me grab something real quick. I'll show you another way you can use the stab wood and stuff.
So Devon, what kind of marketing did you used to do?
Buddy, I was the digital manager for Spectrum Reach, Spectrum Cable.
Yep.
I covered the whole state of Alabama. We have an office in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Montgomery, Huntsville, Florence, and Gadsden over by where Shane lives. So I had about 38 AEs, and I was responsible for about $4 million in revenue. And our whole management tier kind of got eliminated by the market changing. This is a Wingate wood. And then I forget what this hardwood is up at the top. But it's 3V. This is a little knife called Ranch Dog by Lucky Dog Knives, made by a guy named David Mary Customs up in Canada. Unfortunately, he got offended when he was going to be a guest on the channel by something. And he doesn't come on anymore, but he makes nice knives. Ooh.
So that is a big chunk of stabilized wood.
What is that? Is that
it's a mod. Yeah.
Mod, yeah.
Yeah.
Did somebody make that or did that come like that?
This was a custom made mod. These were real popular like 2016-ish. It
looks like a DNA chip in it. Who made that?
Yeah, it's a DNA 60 chip. These are expensive. These were
no doubt. It looks it.
There were a bunch of different high-end modders that would take the boards and obviously, drill for the tube for your battery, your 510 connection, and set them all up like this. But yeah, that's
the stabilized wood makes that one pop and probably throws the price point up huge.
Yeah, these are like $750.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
But yeah, I mean, just the feel and the hand.
So is dye added to that wood or is that the natural wood?
Yeah, I'm sure this is dye because I mean there's no wood that I know of that's like that. But then it's stabilized, so it's got resin based in it, so that's why it retains the shapes. Like you can still see there's a slight imperfections in some of the spots, the pores, where you can just go back over and fill it with CA glue and sand it, and it'll come right back. But that's just part of the wood. So
that's gorgeous stuff.
Yeah, they basically take, so like all of those spots in there that you can see, those are, a lot of those are like, there's a knot, there's one, a pit. So those are actually filled with resin and acrylic and then stabilized. So that way they hold their shape and integrity.
Is the stabilization done with just like a acrylic or some type of?
Yeah, there's a whole process to it. I know kind of how they do it, but not solely. So I don't want to misspeak, but I know it's based on its certain temperature ranges and holding it for so long and then pressurized. And it's a process, but
That purple side goes in really good with Javon's background right now.
That side. Yeah.
That does look really cool.
So yeah, woods, like what I was saying was earlier, it's like if you made a block becomes more valuable to other industries, but like just scale material is not very popular because there's only a few things you can make out of it, right?
Yeah.
But so this had to be a solid block that was probably that big by that big to be able to create this out of there.
Right.
That's pretty wild. I've watched them stabilize like mammoth tooth and stuff like that. I wonder if I guess it's about the same process for wood, or if it's any different. I don't know.
I would think it probably very similar.
Yeah. I've seen them use pressure cookers.
Yeah, exactly. They use the what do you call it? The two pot method where they have the one inside the other one. Yeah.
Are you talking about the null knives, Raiden?
I decide if I need to open it up.
It's it could be that. I always open mine up, but I'm bad about that. Because I'll check the lock bar, see if it's got too much pressure. I usually try to adjust that. I don't have to. There you go. Todd Carr dropping some knowledge.
And Toddy's another wood guy.
Yeah.
I did 11 years in a cabinet shop, and we made high-end, like $1,800 a foot cabinetry, and mainly decorative bathroom vanities and tub surrounds and outdoor kitchens. But they would turn off the belt sander when I walked back there because I knew so little they thought I'd get sucked into it. I mean, I was around it, but I did all the marketing, all the merchandising, all the dealer relations and stuff.
You would fit into a drum sander.
Oh, no doubt, dude.
You go right through it.
But I was amazed what they could do. They fucked something up like on a piece of trim, and the way that they could fix it with some of those different wood fillers and match the finish.
Yep.
Mad respect.
Dude, I'm telling you what, CA glue is a man's best friend. You can do so much healing with that stuff. It's unreal.
That's what I fill my knots with, CA glue.
Yeah.
Very cool stuff on the table.
Sierra, not too often, no. I used to, but the more you do, the more confidence you get and the level of certainty in your work. I still have occasionally some ones that make you pucker, but those are usually the ones that are like, I have to sell everything to be able to pay for if I screwed up. But yeah, I love Bacote. Or Bacote, ever how you pronounce it, where you're from. What's up, Yoko?
Yoko.
Yeah. So, Sierra, back to that. Yeah, not too often anymore, but occasionally you'll get something in there. It's just super, super rare. That's not long ago. I did a 1 of 2 custom that was like, yeah, just making sure you're taking your time. But my same process applies to basically everything I do. I'm careful with everything. So
I still need my confidence. And I don't know if it's just going from plates, from veneers, but I just don't feel as confident as I was. I'm getting there.
Yeah, it takes time. You got to work through it and get, I mean,
you got to take your time with the knife.
Well, the thing is, there's no rush. It's not going anywhere. So It doesn't
No.
have to be a certain time frame. It's whenever it's done. So don't rush through it and just do a good job.
Yeah, and just let your. For me, I just got to get patient and let my tip come to me, so to speak, instead of going too aggressively with the tip.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Hmm.
Very nice.
Hey guys, I want to stop. Just want to stop and say hey to everybody. My internet's too slow for this. I'm only getting about every third or fourth word from you guys. So
I'm
I'll
glad
be in
you
the,
dropped in, buddy.
yeah, I'll be in the chat, man. Love everybody. We'll see y'all.
How long are you over in Mississippi?
I don't know right now. At least a couple of weeks right at the moment. So
Hang in there, buddy.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Good
I'll
luck.
definitely be back for Blade Show.
All right, man.
All right, guys.
Later.
Later. Can you hear me? The echo in the back of my screen, Kyle.
No.
I've got my little phone that I can hear off to the right, but I don't think you can hear it.
I don't hear you.
Good. It drives me a little crazy, but not too bad. Not too.
No, I just think that his volume was on possibly, so that's what was driving a little feedback, but it wasn't bad.
Well, anytime you try to connect in a hotel, I used to travel a lot for work, and I'd have to do WebExes from hotels, and I always had to buy their like $14 internet just to have higher speed, and it still sucked. It was still because depending on how many people are using it, they don't have the bandwidth they need. I've not come to a hotel that has the bandwidth that they need.
Was that prior to hotspots?
No, but hotspots, like if you don't have a 4G connection or whatever,
Right.
you're not, if you're trying to do video and audio over the internet, you really
Right.
need a fast connection.
Right.
But yeah, I had hotspots
Okay.
and I had to use them a couple of times, especially to show stuff like in conference rooms and whatnot to pull down proposals, but usually just to pull stuff from Dropbox, not to connect.
I used to do a lot of remote connections. So, because I remember one summer we had my office, the AC went out for like 2 weeks. So I ended up I would be on site for when I needed to. And then when I didn't have to be there, I would drive about 10 minutes down the street, go to the local coffee shop, remotely connect and be able to still do all my paperwork and stuff, but not actually physically have to be in that hot room. And I was only 10 minutes away if something went wrong. So
you were still at work. You could be there.
mm-hmm.
What's funny is I used to work for a big cable company, but the office building that we had was a different cable company. And our internet and everything that came to that building, which was also a big government defense contractor building, that's what most of the offices were filled with. But every month, like clockwork, the internet would go out for like a day and a half. And they'd have to do a special ticket to get somebody out there to fix it. I don't know if squirrels chewed through the wire or what. It never made sense. But we'd have to disperse, so you could get a signal somewhere. And it would happen like without fail. I'd be sitting at my desk getting ready to have a WebEx with a group of people, and I'd have to like go across the street to Starbucks and then I look like a total jack off because I'm sitting in a Starbucks because you had no choice. And you would think that you would have with an internet company, you would have internet all the freaking time and at least be in control of your own destiny.
Funny story. One of my members, obviously well off, but he was a day trader, but he also used to do some international trade as well too. So he and he worked from home, so he had a stable connection. He actually paid the money. He had a T1 installed at his house directly solely for him.
So he would never have to deal with that shit.
Yeah, he had his own internet substation basically.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Now I'm telling you, if you're running a business or something like that, and you're running your business from home, I mean, what is that? I mean, I know it's exorbitant on a monthly basis too.
Well, just the upfront cost of getting the company to come out and put it out there too.
Yeah, no doubt.
That was a large chunk of change.
Sage is sweet. We work with some Sage for some some type of lattice that went in the kitchen. It was like for a pot and pan holder that hung, and they wanted sage specifically, or Osage, whatever it was called.
Osage orange. Yeah,
Interesting wood.
I'm less a fan of the orange and red tones. I'm more into the browns and purples when it comes to wood.
I am too. And we did a lot of exotic finishes, like distress finishes and glaze finishes. People like that stuff too. I've got a hutch in the house that we made that's kind of a distress mint. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Starlink. That is awesome.
Yeah, you travel a lot, Richard, so that's very important.
And that's basically, you've got a modem that goes around with you and you're connecting to the satellites, right?
Yeah. Simplified, yes. Knife nut. Yeah, Purple Heart's one of my favorites. I've got a pool cue made in Purple Heart. Craig, not to
That's expensive.
not to discredit other companies, but I would say if you're looking to jump in that rabbit hole, save an extra couple of weeks or a month worth of funds and get a Pioneer. You can get one Pioneer for not much more than what you're going to get the Worksharp Elite for.
About $50, $60 more.
Yeah, I mean, and you could start with the basic stones, and once you get, down the line, if you like it, you can upgrade and get better stones. But the stones you get with them will last you for a year or two, probably. But the difference in quality is night and day. The Worksharp just feels like a Tonka toy. It feels cheap in comparison. There are other ones out there that are definitely cheaper, don't get me wrong, but it feels cheap compared to something that's all aluminum.
On the Pioneer, it's like aircraft grade aluminum. There's no plastic on it at all. I'm going to pull it up and just show you a picture of it.
Yeah.
So,
what's that running right now?
What's that?
What's that one running right now?
$400.
Yeah, I mean, that's not much more than the Worksharp, and that's a better system with better stones.
Wasn't the Worksharp $399?
I thought it was $350, but yeah, either way, I mean, still for the difference.
I think this is a great guided system.
It's a no-brainer.
This is the one I use.
I mean, even if it was $100 more, it'd still be a no-brainer. But I mean, when it's that close in price point, there's zero comparison. That's so much nicer. So
is that showing?
Yeah.
This shows. I think when he puts it together, you get an idea of.
In the previous video, we made a big overview of our new sharpening system, T-Prof Pioneer. But today we're going to be sharpening an knife on it to review the whole sharpening process and see the results. By the way, see, we mounted a KO3 Pro steel stand to Pioneer.
That's another thing. You can get accessories for it if you want. Yeah. Different bases.
Its weight, it reliably holds the tool during sharpening on the surface and allows you to not use a G-clamp.
But it's just built so well. I mean, when you look at it, to me, it's kind of a piece of art.
Yeah, Craig. I mean, I'm not trying to crap on
my Worksharp field sharpener. I love, and I had a Worksharp.
They make good products, but it's just not when you're comparing those.
I had the Worksharp Precision, the OG one, and I bought the stone holder that Jared recommended. I bought I had to buy the little kickstand thing that went under the clamp so the clamp wouldn't move.
Right.
And it still wasn't the same. It just doesn't feel as substantial. It doesn't feel like it's going to last as long.
So what I'll say, Craig, is like I said, I'm not going to knock on somebody else's, but I have owned a Cadet for 2.5, almost 3 years. If I didn't believe in them, I wouldn't have partnered with them. and they are hands down some of the finest systems ever created. So I think your money is well spent there, and especially because I know you have a lot of heavier duty knives, that will benefit you greater having a stable base and having a better well-built system than the more plastic version of the Work Sharp. So,
And resale is a big part of that too, if you ever need to sell it.
yeah, and I don't, it's hard to explain, but it's like the difference of putting a cheaply made item in one hand and a super heavy duty item in the other hand. That's the difference in feel quality between the two. There is a substantial difference in build.
Yeah, and I think there's a substantial, you can look at it and see the difference in the available precision based on the quality of that build.
Right. I mean, it's built to engineering type of specs versus just let's mass market something.
And again, I'm a fan. I think the Work Sharp Field Sharp sharpener is the best portable take anywhere sharpener you can get.
Yeah, they make, like I said, they make good products for certain occasions, but I don't think that that's comparable to the other.
Yeah, it's the difference in and I don't want to use Benchmade, but I will, a Benchmade and a Hinderer made sharpening system. And it's probably more like the difference between a Gerber and a Hinderer sharpening system.
Yeah.
I mean, you can use your plates if you like them, unless you're talking about fixed plates.
Yeah, he's talking about, he's got DMT bench stones.
I got you.
Those, you can still use those occasionally, but if you want something definitely more precision, this is going to give you the most precision.
Yeah, I'm on my second. I had the Blitz 360 is the one I bought first and love that system. The difference is on some of the TS Prof systems, and you can choose what you like more or better, but the clamps will adjust on one type of system where the clamp is fixed on the Pioneer and then the rod adjusts, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you have a lot more flexibility and ability to fine tune each job than you ever will on a Work Sharp. Now that information can be overwhelming at first, but good thing you got resources in this community to be able to help you with that too.
Here's another good one that I've got. That was my first TS Pro system. And the clamps adjust here for your different angles and your rod's fixed. But again, they're just precision.
They've got the kind of the lineup, so you understand it, Craig or Paul or anyone who's interested. The Blitz is kind of like their entry level. The Pioneer's the next step up. The Cadet is kind of middle of the road, which I've got a Cadet and they're great. And then this is the KO3. This is the big boy. And it's the biggest and heaviest of the sharpening systems, but it's designed to be the most durable, most accurate, and also can take on bigger jobs because of the wider base and longer rod. So this can take on a lot longer of a knife. And then the KO4 will be coming out this summer, which is the new kind of top dog premier.
Kyle, what's that big piece on the back, that chrome piece that makes this one look different?
This right here, what I'm pointing to?
Yeah, let me go back. Let me stop sharing.
The circular part?
Yep.
That's the, I believe that's where the gear's stored for the housing for the.
Okay, so when you flip it, I mean, it's.
And I've got the set really strong right now, but let me untighten that. Yeah, so this is where that turns on a pinion. I believe the gear is stored inside of there.
I got you.
There you go. Oh, you missed one, Javon. There you go.
Oh, thank you, buddy. Yeah, Bill's what makes, and I bought that. I picked up that Evo from Brother Carco, and he'd had the scales done by Brother Bill, and I didn't know that when I first got it. It was about probably 2 weeks after I had it that I found out, and then it became a forever knife. But I love it, and I appreciate you watching, brother.
Hey, Palm.
God, that brought out a lot of comments, a lot of hate comments.
What?
That video,
Which one?
my Grail video.
Why?
Well, just people. The common thing was I started out showing my 940 because that was my first Grail, the first knife I was going to reach out and get that was outside of my comfort zone, right? And then I kind of explained how my comfort zone changed, and people were saying, "You kind of jumped there in what you were getting. Did you get an inheritance?" I'm like, "No, I just didn't buy a bunch of little shit and saved up for bigger shit."
Yeah. Always someone hating.
Oh no, dude, it's part of it. It's part of it for sure.
Roman, that's a good choice, buddy.
Awesome, Ron. Yeah, I mean they're so good.
And
I can't say enough about them.
I'm hoping for anyone who's got one out, who's owns one currently, I'm hoping to have some information for you probably within the next month.
Stay around long enough, Ryan. You'll get haters. Trust me.
I think I will have some interesting tips and tricks and stuff for you coming out. So I don't know what to say other than that. So,
but that is very cool. Because that's another thing that I didn't realize when I bought my Blitz. But everything ships out of a warehouse in Nashville. So the stuff that you buy on their website, when it says it's in stock in the States. So you're looking at like you're ordering a knife from DLT. I mean, it ships out a lot quicker, and it comes FedEx, I think.
Yeah, it's like 2 to 3 days.
Huh?
It's like 2 to 3 days shipping.
Yeah. And my whole thing was I couldn't justify it because at the time I had the $99, I guess it was the Work Sharp Precision, their first one. But then I would watch Jared's videos, and the value of the knives that I have that I was sharpening on my Work Sharp, it was kind of crazy. So he said something in one of the videos, you know, it's the cost of one of your knives, your nice knives, to be able to maintain all of your nice knives. And so I saved up for it. It made sense then. And I haven't looked back.
Yeah, I mean, the two things I think get overlooked the most in our community as far as collectors is, one, maintenance, and two, storage. And I mean, I'm definitely in the hypocritical side of the storage because I don't have a ton of storage, but I also keep my collection small enough I don't need a ton of storage. But the investing in maintenance for your knives makes sense. Like it's not, you're not going to waste money doing it because that way you keep your knives up. So,
and plus for me, I love taking my knives apart. I used to not, and Lefty EDC gave me the confidence watching him mess up over and over. But taking them apart, cleaning them, making sure you're not getting corrosion around your pivot. It's just, to me, it's cathartic. And then for storage, I should do a video on this. And I've got some fresh of these little bags, these little troll candy bags. You can buy them on Amazon, like 100 of them for $8.
Pretzel salt.
Yeah, and you can get them in different sizes. I've got bigger ones back here, but I buy the Apache cases that are like $38, an Apache 3800. It looks like a knockoff of a what are they called? Pelican. And then the foam's kind of crappy, so I'll buy 1 can of plastic dip, that spray plastic dip stuff that coats with plastic, and I'll spray my 2 foam liners after I've plucked the foam out to get the shape. I'll spray them because it makes the foam much more rigid. And then I'll lay those little silicate packs in between my knives. And then when I keep it shut, I'm keeping all the moisture pretty much out of there. And then some of the packs that you can buy on Amazon, they're color coded. So they've got green balls in them or vice versa. And when they get full of water, they turn to orange, and you can swap them out. But they're easy ways to do it. And a lot of people just leave them around. If you're in a dry environment where you don't have a lot of humidity, you're not going to have that issue.
I've never had issues with mine, and I don't keep them anything special, any of that kind of stuff. But they all stay at temperature controlled areas. So
Yeah, and that makes a difference. And unfortunately, humidity, even inside in Alabama, will fluctuate quite a bit. I've even got a humidity gauge, a digital gauge that alerts me when it's getting high because, like, it's rained here for like 3 days now, and it'll just creep up.
well, I typically rerun a dehumidifier a lot of times. So the Ron and Sierra Rick, I would love to tell you more, but I can't currently because details aren't worked out. But it's something that will be hopefully beneficial to TS Prof owners.
Does it have anything to do with education or?
Yes.
Very cool. And I can tell you from someone who is not good with tools, not good with like bench sharpening or anything like that. Thank you, Marshall. I appreciate that, buddy.
I know you, but hello, Marshall.
But I'm not good with tools and stuff like that. And a good fixed angle system and the ones that I've experienced with the TS Profs make it, if you just follow the basic guidelines, you can't mess up really. It's just as long as you set your angle and you take the time and you, like Kyle says, chase your grip pattern, which I didn't do at first and I still got good edges, but I don't get them like Kyle does.
Okay, so the one thing I will say, there's levels to everything, and I've heard someone call them foolproof or idiot proof or whatever, and to a point that's correct. You can just put them in there and go, and you'll get a decent edge, even if you don't know what you're doing. But it's not even in the same ballpark as knowing what you're doing and the right techniques and right kind of learning tricks hands-on to be able to pull the best results out. And that's something that just comes with experience and knowing what you're looking for. So that's why I think just because you get a system, a quality system, yeah, you'll get a better edge than you would off of a junk system if your level is the same. But
Right.
if I had a junk system and I know how to use it, I can probably get a pretty darn similar edge. But then again, if you go out to a better system and you learn how to use it and you learn the tips and tricks, you're going to be way better than the other one. So it's just, there are levels to everything, and you got to gain the resources and information to be able to benefit from those.
And outside of just doing it, Kyle, where would you go to get that information? Just other sharpeners?
Yeah, there's plenty of people that'll help you. And again, hopefully I'll have some information coming soon on that.
Yeah, it's I think it's, to me, knife maintenance, sharpening is cathartic. I think of it as part of the hobby for me. That's why I always put skiff bearings in. And people are like, you don't need skiffs and everything. I agree with that. I do agree or do see the benefit in surface area contact with the skiff 14 ball bearing for the same diameter as the 9 ball bearing and the one I'm replacing, but it's nothing night or day. It's just that I get to take the knife apart, check the knife out, kind of get in there and see how different knives work. I used to would never take apart a knife that had a crossbar lock or a Snex lock or a ram lock. And then when I started taking them apart, I started getting interested in the locks and how it worked. So I think there's a lot to be said for maintaining your knives and taking them apart, not being afraid to. As long as you've got a place where you're not going to drop parts, keep all your parts together, you can always figure it out. I've had several videos where I've been stumped and have gotten it back together. What's up, Gareth?
What's going on, Gareth? I will say the thing about skiffs is it makes sense physics-wise as far as the contact and more surface area. But the benefit versus the cost value, I don't see a benefit there. On a majority of knives, some knives it makes a big difference. Other knives it doesn't. I've even seen it work worse.
Yeah,
So,
well, and again, your action is going to traditionally go down with that increased surface area, right?
I'm not even
If you're
talking about
putting
action. I'm just talking about like how it, as far as the tension and everything to it. So, I mean, they're not a bad thing, but I think that the whole premise of putting them in everything is a gimmick.
No, and I do it because again, I enjoy it, and they're $12 or $8 for the washers. So I won't put them in Civivis. I used to, but I will put them in most of my other knives. And I've noticed, like for example, Hinders are a great example because he makes a set that specifically fits a Hinder because he's mic'd them. Some knives he just depends on the community to see if they're compatible, right? And one that's a hard knife to match are any concepts because they've got a interesting little I guess you'd call it a bearing race or anyway. But for me, when I've took out like the Hinder, for example, on the Triway, they're steel balls. There's nothing wrong with steel balls. They feel great, but I can see a $12 advantage on a Hinderer to have a phosphorus bronze washer with ceramic bearings as opposed to a steel washer with steel balls.
Yeah, there's a point to be made for that, but when they put them in budget knives, I think it's silly.
But yeah, I agree. I agree. And
Scooter.
I don't think anybody needs skiffs.
No, Scooter. I would say the honest.
No, I'm sorry. That was on somebody.
Yeah, I had one. Hang on, I'll click on it again. There we go. Scooter, the basic, what I just use is just a little loop. It's a magnified little light on the bottom. And these are usually like $12. This is what I use to
one I bought.
That's what I used to inspect. Takes little three little watch batteries. The batteries don't last the longest, so make sure as soon as you're done, turn it off. But this will give you a good idea. And if you need something up close, you can get an actual scope, but I don't think it's necessary for most things. So it just, I don't think that it's needed, but if you want to get super, super close, then you're okay. So
Scotty, here's the one I bought. It was $5.91 and they shipped from over in Georgia.
That one is okay. I've had that one before in the past, but that one kind of fell apart on me a little bit. I ended up getting one that was, I think, a little more magnification too. I think mine is.
Where'd you get it? Now find it.
I don't remember. It might have been Amazon.
That one's got a plastic housing and then it's got a little like aluminum shield.
Right. I had that one early on. That was the first thing I bought with my system. And I think I think the one I've got is 50x magnification. So
buying.
And if you want to go crazy, let me find the other one I've got.
Here's a 40 time jewelers. What did you say yours was?
I think 40 or 50 maybe.
Amazon's got a shit ton of them.
Then you've got something like this, which is, you could go
60.
This is a 50 to 100. I'm sorry, 50 to 1000x scope that uses Wi-Fi, and you can connect it to your phone and see on your phone while you're moving it. Or if you have this stationary and then put it underneath, you can watch a video on your phone, your iPad, or something.
And those aren't that expensive either.
These are like 40 or 50 bucks, but to be frank, I never use this thing. It's like maybe
more of a novelty if you're going to film something.
Yeah, but I don't do that. So this is like a once in a blue moon sort of thing. But I thought I would use it more, but I don't.
But they've got all kinds on. I just did magnifying loop.
I'd like, the one thing I will say it's important is get the one that's got a light with it. If you get just a loop by itself without a light,
it's worthless.
you don't have the best lighting to be able to see everything. The light is very, very important.
Yeah. And I'd break my loop out, and it just discouraged me when I look at how shitty my awesome. There's a good one. I just shared. Let me show y'all this one. This is kind of a combination of both. Have you seen one like that, Kyle?
No.
Looks like it's, I guess you get your blade under there.
Scooter, the one thing I'll say is the more you go as far as magnification, the more jittery it is, and it's almost detrimental. If you start getting up to, like, if I was using this like at the closer to the 1,000, like, you're so close, it's hard to decipher at certain points what you're actually looking at unless you know what you're doing. And even then, it's very sketchy because you're going to think you're going to be chasing something that's completely invisible to the naked eye, or even necessarily sometimes invisible with the regular loop. That doesn't matter. To get something in that 25 to 50 range and you'll be fine.
Look at this weird one here.
Yeah, I've seen those before too.
Little screen on it. I don't know, but you'd have to take your knife out of the, I think the trick is having something like a loop that you can use while it's in the clamps.
That's why I bought this one. So that, I mean, this has got a stand for it too, but I can hold it like this and run it across here and have it project on my phone or my iPad screen. But again, I don't use it, so I don't know how beneficial
you get by with your loop. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And I don't go around inspecting them, Craig, all the time, but when I'm working on something, I will, especially if I'm trying to determine if a, like, I can't always see, because my super up close vision is not as great as it used to be. So I can't always see the very edge of the apex. So, oh, and I want to talk about something too. So I was working with someone last night on, they're having problems. They said they thought that they had got their edge done well all the way across, but they weren't getting the results, and it wasn't cutting paper the way they wanted to. And what we ended up determining is based off of some pictures he sent me, and then we did a video. So when you've got a knife set up in here and you're looking down at it with a loop, you have whatever you're looking at behind it. So you got your background. So like this would be my table or whatever else. Sometimes it's hard to see like the depth, what's behind it, to be able to determine if your apex is actually there or not. So what I told him to do, what I working on was, if you have a hard time seeing that, you need to have something super close to it to get rid of that depth perception issue. So just put a piece of paper here next to the edge. So when you go down and look at your loop, you'll be able to tell right on the very edge of that paper, is that fully apex all the way across.
What are you looking for, Kyle? I know that's a stupid question, but to see that it's fully apex, the burr, or
no, so if I'm sharpening this side, I'm looking for the scratches to go from the very top of that bevel all the way down to the apex, to the very edge of the knife. And a lot of times you can start to get a burr down here, and that
you don't have a scratch pattern yet.
The scratch pattern be there, but it's not all the way down to the very edge. It's close, but it's not all the way there. And sometimes if you're looking at like this, where there's depth there, and you're looking at it, it looks good. But if you put something here to look against it closer, you'll be able to see directly against a backdrop whether or not that scratch
the very
pattern
edge
all the way.
Needs more work or not.
Correct. And what he was doing is, when we looked at his tip, he was missing the bottom, I'd say, quarter of his bevel was missing because he wasn't getting all the way down there. So he just needed to spend more time on his tip.
I have to watch that.
But he couldn't see behind it. That makes sense, because there was that depth perception issue, because you can't see directly what's against it. That's why a lot of times, if you've ever watched when I've done a couple live sharpenings, is when I got the loop up, also I'll have my finger here, because I'm using my finger as the backdrop to see if I can see anything directly behind that.
So just feeling for that burr, you could be missing your apex by a good bit.
Yeah.
And still have that burr that you can feel.
Yeah,
because that's where I'm screwing up, dude.
That's why we always say chase the grit, not the burr.
Right. But when you said chase the grit, I was thinking about heel to tip. I wasn't thinking about it going all the way. I took for granted that the burr meant that it was going all the way to the apex.
You got to get both. So that's why a lot of times, like early on, until you get comfortable with knowing where you're at with a burr, it's very vital. And I still do it a lot of times, is I'm actually looking pretty constantly with my loop while I'm getting the first stone done, because I want to make sure with the first stone is the most important stone, that I'm getting it fully apexed and I'm getting that scratch pattern correct from heel to tip, top to bottom.
And then you'll flip it. So you won't even.
And once I know that's correct, I'll flip it, just verify that the burr's there, and I'm good. And do the same thing.
And it's going to take you, theoretically, if you're using the same pressure, about the same amount of time on the second side, or is it shorter because you cut some of it down?
Here's the trick, what people always get weirded out by. So when you go to your second edge, so I sharpened this side, right?
Right.
Then I flip it and go to this side. As I start working on this side, that burr is going to flip, because I've already created a burr. It's going to flip to this side much faster. So you're going to go, oh, I've got a burr, I'm done. No, verify that scratch pattern, because you'll get that burr to flip to the other side way before you get an even scratch pattern on this side.
Very good point. Because with that one pass, like you told me, you want to slowly move that burr back over, but you're not getting your fully apex scratch pattern unless you spend the time.
Correct. So again, when you go to your second side, verify with your loop, or if your eyesight can see it, that you're going heel to tip, top to bottom, and then be able to verify that that's all the way across. You're good. You got a burr. Then you can flip it back over. And that's why I always say, your first stone is your most important stone, and don't hesitate to spend a bunch of money on your first stone, because it is the most important. That's what you're going to create everything with.
Yeah, that's that's the foundation for
the rest of them are just refining. Yeah, the rest of them, like when I go from my first stone to my second stone, the second stone, all it does is refine what I've already started. I'm not trying to create or fix anything.
You're just smoothing out or minimizing the grit. Correct. In your scratch pattern.
Like if you've got one side and it's a wonky from the factory, and you got a thick bevel on this side, and then you flip it and go to this side, and it's even after you've got scratch pattern done from top to bottom, heel to tip, that it's still considerably smaller. Two options. You can verify, if you're comfortable with it enough, verify by taking out of the clamps, holding the knife up, looking at the heel to make sure that the grind is even on both sides. Or you can work the side that has the smaller bevel longer, regardless if you already have a burr or not. Work the side that's got the smaller edge longer, then go back over. That should take steel from this side and even those out some, and then go on to your next stone.
Because that fixed angle, as long as you keep the time and do your passes, it's going to slowly work that bevel to be consistent, right?
Well, yeah. When you work the smaller side, it's changing that angle, so it's removing in theory, removing the steel from this side and moving that out to make them more level.
Yeah, it's to me, it's fascinating, and I know I think I have not been chasing my grit all the way to the apex. I think I've been thinking about making sure that it was consistent on both sides from heel to tip, but not looking. I think I was selling it short. That's why it wasn't as slicey when I got through.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a lot of times where, like, if you get most of the way, you can still get a knife that when you take it out, it'll still cut stuff, but it's not going to slice cleanly through paper. It's not going to slice. It may be more toothy and it'll cut through harder substances like, rope or whatever else, fine. But if it won't have that fine edge ability and have that toothy fine edge, which is what we try to always maintain. That's why we always spend a lot more time honing as well too. So getting that fully apex to get the correct burr, and then spend the time to hone it to get that burr off there before you go to a strop.
Yeah, because there's a difference in cutting paper or cardboard and cutting paper towels, the way that you see people cut them after they sharpen something right.
Yeah, and see, that's the one thing I will say. Paper towels is a decent enough test, but I don't think that's the end-all be-all, because that's not the media that everyone's cutting. So it gives you an idea of things, but it's not the thing that you have to have to be able to have a super sharp knife.
Yeah, and there's a huge difference in super sharp and pretty sharp.
And there's also a difference too of your angle, and certain angles will cut certain substrates better. So to get a knife super sharp and you want to slice through everything and you put everything at a lower angle, doesn't mean that's necessarily the best for that knife. So that knife may not have the geometry to be super slicey. So that's why you pick the edge based on the knife and the steel, not based on how sharp you want it to be. You need to get it the best it can based on those principles.
Very good point. And how would you, if you didn't know, like I know with Spartan Harsey, there's no need in me lowering my angle to try to get it sharper, but at what point do you gauge stuff like that, or what do you use to gauge even what a factory angle is? Because most times lately, I've been trying to stick close to my factory angle just to perfect getting it sharp.
That's based on experience, and based on if you start off with the factory and you keep it relatively close, you'll be fine. Some factories are ridiculously high. So if you stay around 20 as a general rule of thumb, you're fine. And here's the biggest key is the thicker the blade stock. The thicker the behind the edge thickness. So right here, right where your edge is going to be, the thicker this is, and you can feel that on any knife. Some knives are thin, some knives are thick. The thicker it is, the higher the angle you want to go typically. If I were to have a thick knife and I want to put that at 15 degrees, one, it's going to have a massive bevel. Two, it's going to take you forever to do it as well. And it's not necessarily going to be any beneficial to that knife because, yeah, you're making it sharper, but the geometry is not going to
benefit from that extra sharpening as much.
And as soon as that goes dull and you have to remove more material, you're moving more and more material up faster and faster.
Good point, Knife Nut. You're exactly right. When you're cutting wood or something like that, you're looking for totally different.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same principle. Yeah, you can have we're talking stock here, so don't take this the wrong way. But if you take a Honda Civic, you're not going to go put in 105 race fuel in it because that just doesn't make sense. There's no point in putting a crazy low angle on a knife that's not designed to be slicey. I mean, it's going to, in my opinion, just go against what that knife is designed for.
Very good point. I remember when I sharpened my hinderers, I reached out to Jared just to get the lowest angle he'd go, and he recommended like 19.5. And I was happy with that, but you don't want to increase your bevel too much.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people try to do 16 on a hinder and the bevel's, quarter-inch wide, and you're like, what the hell are you doing? Like, you should have bought
a different knife if that's what you were looking for.
Yeah, that's not going to do you anything. I mean, that other than take a ton of time, and it'll make it a little bit sharper, but it's not going to be, you'd be better off spending the time and money getting it ground than he would trying to sharpen it like that.
Exactly, like get a hollow in it.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to make it cut better regardless of the angle you put on it.
And I learned on a slip joint early on that, like you said, Kyle, if you got super thin geometry, you don't want to lower your angle that much. You just
Correct.
want to cap off the apex. I noticed that I sharpened a Craig Brown for my buddy A to Z. And for some reason, Craig said the angle was 29 per side, which seemed high.
It's not. I know we've already had this discussion, but it's
Yeah.
100% not. I've done enough of them. And
Yeah, I think I did it at 21 or something.
Yeah, I usually do them 19 to 20, somewhere in that range. They're, I think, factory, they're like 22 and a half, somewhere in that range. But yeah, I typically do just a little bit less.
Yeah, well, because you know what you're working with a lot more than I did. Plus, it wasn't my knife.
Right.
And A to Z is a pain in the ass. He's my buddy, but Paul Mills knows. I think you know, Kyle. He's a different bird.
Yeah, I mean, I've done probably, I don't know, 8 to 10 FSDs now, and they're not more than 22, 23 tops. Yeah, Paul, I would put money on yours as a 19.
Those are such well-engineered knives. The one that blew me away, the FSD blew me away, but he got the Cortex. Have you ever sharpened one of those, Kyle?
I've not had, I want to try the XL. I've not had the XL actually in hand. But yeah, that's a definite grail for me.
Yeah, I mean, his work is outstanding. And I guess it's super small batch.
Ellis, you put race fuel in your lawnmower, but you also think Busch Light is real beer, so that's just really 87 octane.
Hey, man, we used to go to Fort Walton Beach when I was in high school. There was a lot of Busch Light consumed. That's when they sold the suitcases. Take care, Neil. 9 days off. Sweet. Very nice.
Neil's going to have 9 days of Hot Pockets. What's he going to do?
Gimli living it up. Got to live it up. Life is too short not to.
So,
I've got to get out and touch more grass. I'm going back down to Knives and More, my little local knife shop. They're going to let me pick out. They're going to pick out a couple of knives that they want me to do tabletops of. Pick them up Saturday afternoon, bring them back Monday. I thought that was pretty cool. It helps them, but it gives me content.
hey,
And they've got
Kathleen.
cool stuff.
Kathleen, that is a phenomenal synopsis. I just like to over-explain things. So, but that is 100% correct.
You just give the reason behind the why.
Well, and I try to give information so people know I'm not just saying something to say it, and I'm giving you definitive reasons.
Yeah, I wish Satu was still grinding. He did a couple of regrinds for me, and I think I had a BJ Hill regrind early on.
BGM?
Yep. That's what it was, BGM.
Yeah.
On the
He's a-
weirdest knife, on a Boker, I forget the name of the knife, but it was kind of like the Danger Pickle or the Spyderco. What was that knife called? The green one with that Jake called the Danger Pickle. Anyway, it was the same people that made that, and he did a hollow grind on it and a flipper delete. I've got it in another case, but I've held on to that just for that reason.
Yeah, John's a young guy. He's a good dude.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't seen his name out there as much lately, but I'm sure he's still doing stuff, right?
As far as I know, yeah.
Well, Paul, those are probably among the best. I know Transparent's got it going on, and Satu knocked mine out of the park. Oh, Neil, you're going to enjoy that for 9 days, buddy.
Yeah. Paul's picking good options. I mean, John does good work too, but Brian's tough to beat.
Yeah, I like the way Brian's got his stuff set up, which again, transparent knives. It makes sense.
Brian
Also, really enjoy his little thought dumps on Instagram.
Brian is a very good human.
I agree.
I like Brian.
I think he's been very helpful and ballsy in the knife community. And
Yeah,
his delivery methods are so much better. He doesn't come off passionately about one thing or another. He just comes off objectively in the way I interpret a lot of his rants.
Well, he's also tactful, and that goes a long way. The one thing I wish I had more time to spend talking with Brian, but I try to be courteous and not bother him because I know he's bombarded with messages. But we've had some very good long talks, and I really enjoy chatting with him.
Yeah, he's a good guy. And shares a lot of information. I mean, what you realize, and I learned that watching that Niagara specialty metals thing, is knife community and knowledge is not easy to obtain. I mean, it's good to have places to go and get real information because there's a lot of misinformation out there. A ton of misinformation out there.
There's more myths than actual good. And the reason partially why that is because for so many years now, okay, let me preface this by this is my opinion, and this is not pointed directly at any individual specifically. But a lot of the old school and guild makers, that generation wasn't about sharing info unless you were apprenticing, unless you were actually hands-on with them. Therefore, it wasn't necessarily gatekeeping, but it wasn't an open flow of tutorials and information dumps
and collaboration.
So as things have changed, it's getting better, but a lot of things were held kind of tight to the vest. I think that a lot of the newer guys are willing to share information, but they're kind of like myself in the fact that I don't like to solicit information. I don't like to just go up to someone and be like, you're doing that wrong, you're stupid, right? That's not helping anyone.
No.
If someone wants information, they want to seek it out, I will help people, but I'm not going to go up to someone and be like, hey, you're doing this wrong, because that's not my place. I mean, if they're happy doing the way they want, so be it. But if someone has a question, I will answer them and help them the best I can. And I try to be very open and transparent about it.
And I think that's a difference from the way it used to be. I don't think I think they considered it kind of a trade secret, what they did.
Well, I think a lot of those guys would be willing to help you, but they also, like I said, they were wanting more of the apprenticeship. They wanted you to be the student and they were the tutor. Like they actually wanted the credit for it. They wanted you to work underneath them, hands-on. Like that was how you got information. It wasn't about
being able to have a
giving mass information to people.
Night, Josh. Take care, brother. Yeah, it's only 12 here. Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Unless you're west of the Mississippi.
Yeah, to me that makes a big difference as far as how people are willing to approach it. And for a long time, people weren't willing to approach to gain information because they would get shut down. So,
and that's unfortunate. But again, it's good to see it. I've been encouraged by the information Shane's been able to get from several people that you wouldn't think would normally communicate. I think that's good.
Did you talk to him today?
I didn't today. I sent him a
Okay.
link, but I did not talk to
Yeah,
him. I
he
did
was-
see after the fact that he was live this morning sometime.
Yeah, I was sleeping when he was live, but I talked to him not long before this live went on, but he was hurting pretty good, so he said he probably would not come on.
Yeah.
But he had a pretty good text message tonight that I'm sure he'll share with you eventually.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to see him continue just to kill it. I think that's awesome.
Very, very, very good progress for only being less than a year into it.
But he's done so much right. I mean, the way he's positioned himself, the way he's taken on work, I think he's done a lot just really right.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a learning curve. There's always going to be room for improvements. I am critical of him, but he knows it's purely out of respect and love and trying to push him to be better. And he knows it and appreciates that. I just don't let him. I'm not going to let him get caught slacking, and he doesn't.
Night, Josh.
He doesn't want that either. So it's beneficial. He's got a lot of good people in his corner. He's got a lot of good support. Whether you like him or not, you're silly if you don't, because he's a phenomenal human being, and he's putting out great work for his little bit of time that he's been in this. So very proud.
Well, and you think about it, he's always been so vocal, and to see him put his money where his mouth is and start producing what he's always talked about, I think is heroic in kind of a way.
Yeah. I mean, it's if you can't respect someone who's willing to put everything on the line and go do something and get judged for it after they've been a judger of the past, then there's nothing you can respect.
No, that's huge. I mean, that's putting yourself out there extreme.
Yeah, I mean,
Ryan, that's a fact, Jack. I was going to ask you about that. Next time you're on the live, I'll find out when you guys met. Because I met Shane about 5 years ago in Grateful Panic's lives, and then we'd go into Clubhouse chats, and then we realized we lived close to each other and started meeting up. But he's one of the, not just kindest, but he's very wise. There's a lot of wisdom in Shane's words.
And I always say, if you think you know him, you don't know him. Because to quote Shrek, he's like an onion. He's got layers. He plays his part very well based off of what people think of him. He's actually very, very intelligent.
He embraces his stereotype.
Correct.
Yeah, and I mean, just his story as a whole's just a hero story. He's my boy. I've got Shane's back no matter what.
Yep. And it's funny how, like, we always talked about we didn't get along, but now we're like ride or dies. I talk to him more than I talk to anybody.
Yeah, he's
yeah, Knife Nut, that's 100%. That's a great point. It's not just about the quality of knives, but it's about the quality of life as well too. So, Richard, I'm glad you enjoy it. Cheeto, hopefully you're getting a better version coming very shortly. I'm just waiting to get it, but it's still at the other place. So
he is a good guy, Kathleen. I can vouch for him because I know him personally. I've broken bread with him. I've hung out with him.
So I want to say something real quick. Yeah, I want to say something real quick. So, like, him and I are kind of similar in the fact that we joke and still have a bunch of fun and talk trash in the chat. But, like, early on, I don't think Kathleen liked either of us because we were both the smart ass type and had fun, and she didn't know us. And I wasn't overly fond either because I didn't get a hello back sometimes, and just that normal, like, how you get to know people, right? But as I've got to know her via email and through more chats and stuff, both Shane and I respect her a lot more. She's actually a very, very good human. And whether we see eye to eye on shit, it doesn't matter. She's a good person, and I'm glad that she's part of our community and she puts up with a lot of our stuff. So
Absolutely. And gives constructive feedback, which I think is invaluable and I've appreciated and benefited from. Does Brian still have Cheetos knife, Shane?
yeah, Brian still has your knife, you do.
She got major class and cred. Got the credibility going on. Did you see the knife I was showing off earlier? This it's called a Thai pocket knife #2 from Big Idea Design.
No.
It's got one piece of hardware, titanium M390. No lock bar insert. But it reminds me of a Chris Reeves, dude. Not because of the little tail, but it's also got a flipper.
A little bit.
But it's got that one screw, and then it's got, I'm going to take it apart, and then it's got that screw, and those are the two that hold it together somehow.
Kathleen, you're welcome. And that was meant from the heart, and hopefully is mutual. So
Robo Steve with Kathleen.
I haven't seen that guy around in forever. He used to be fun to pick on.
Which one's that?
Robo Steve-O.
See, I'm so brain dead. I don't even remember that guy or gal. That's true, Todd. My favorites, I don't think anybody can exemplify and bring that humor out better than Maddie and Stevie.
Yeah, I mean, that's just an absolute train wreck, and I'm there for it and love it every second of it. It's
I
great.
embrace it.
It's actually more enjoyable than most any content, whether TV shows or anything else. It's phenomenal.
Who's doing their intros and stuff? Is that Stevie? Because I love that stuff too. You know, the little
Yeah. I don't know who. I think Cole's part of that as well too. I don't know if anyone else is not. There he is. What's up, Shane?
Shane.
Kathleen,
All right,
everything?
brother.
Kathleen, everything okay? Do we need to have some talks?
See, I don't know who that is either.
I don't either, but
nobody needs to. I mean, the problem is everybody has personalities in chat, and chat's hard to. I think people can get triggered in chat more so than they can in a conversation because they don't know the thought behind maybe what's typed out.
well, they can't tell the tone or the inflection of something. They can read it. They can read it one way and think it's being said a certain way, and it's being said something else.
Oh,
Okay, sorry, Kathleen. I'm just being protective of you. Tina, you fat lard.
Todd Carter, that's a blast from the past, buddy. That's where Shane comes from in my vernacular. It's from the Grateful Panic days. But Tina,
Shane, we ain't gonna do nothing about it.
so Edgy, I was asleep when you were live today, buddy. I apologize. I always like tuning into you, but you seem to work when I'm a more of a night guy. And finally yesterday, God, man, my stomach was jacked up. And about midnight, it broke, and I was up till 4 o'clock making videos and doing shit because I hadn't done anything all day.
Wait, we were on for like 2 hours. You should have popped in.
I should have, dude. I saw that y'all were on, and as a matter of fact, that's what I was saying. Your video is stored up in my private section for some.
Yeah, I definitely don't want that going public. There's just
No, I'm not gonna put it public.
Yeah, that was a little bit about sharpening, a lot about just BSing.
No, I'll just delete it.
Yeah, that's fine.
But just so you know, anytime you do something like that, when you go out of the StreamYard, if it's
Yeah.
under 2 hours, it'll auto generate clips, which I've started to use some on my members live. It'll just generate clips. The AI will go through, watch the video, and come up with like 20 clips that you might want to use as shorts.
Oh, that's
But
scary.
But you can also download the whole kit and caboodle. Like if you want to download your broadcast per se, as it were.
Yeah, I don't want that. Like I said, it was just a shooting the stuff and getting to know somebody and chatting. So
Well,
it was
dude,
it was with you know who it was with?
No, who was it with?
Andrew.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Very good dude.
But I am going to need to use that at some point coming up because I do have someone who wants a one-on-one tutorial. So we're going to.
Anytime, dude. You don't even have to. You just jump in there and do it. Do you feel comfortable? Do you know how to schedule a private now?
Well, yeah. Now that you showed me how to do that, because unfortunately I wasn't hitting which service to use. That's why it wasn't showing me the ability to go public or private.
Right.
But now once I saw that, then it was fine. So I'm good now.
Yeah, and that's the way I do it. Unless I'm setting up a members live, I'll do it unlisted, and then I'll go into my YouTube studio and make it members. I was trying to find one of these shorts that StreamYard made for me.
Gotcha.
Because it's absolutely AI done. Let me see if I can find.
Patina, my dog is more important than anyone in here. No offense to them, but
Hey, I feel the same way about my crazy cat. So here's this is what StreamYard does. Whoops. How do I get the audio on? Oh, $22 knives. They probably paid $8 for them. I don't know what they paid for them. I'm not a clone businessman, but anyway, I think it's very shitty. I think it's non-American in a way. I think it's non-scrupulous.
I didn't say
think
that
it's
right.
untoward. I think it's something that I don't support, and I look at it as across the board. It's a huge fail for Smoky Mountain Knife Works.
So it just
Cowboy
went
or
through,
whatever he goes by. And
what's up,
it just
Groundhog?
went through- whoops.
Damn it, Todd.
it just goes through your video and pulls out stuff that it thinks would be short worthy. And then you can choose what you think short worthy. But if you're like me and you try to put up a bunch of shorts a day, it's good to have variety. I started talking in my shorts, which I used to never do. I forgot who, I think it might have been Richard who suggested that. But now my 15-second shorts are spoken word, and it hadn't hurt my views.
Can I put Todd in timeout?
You can put anybody in timeout, buddy.
Todd,
You
you're on thin ice.
got threats are bettering though. Keep everybody in check.
But based on that, I did want to say that I know I mentioned it on Friday, but I'm at that point now where if someone does need something worked on, I will be free by the end of the week. So hit me up and we can schedule something. So no rush, but just I know I was swamped for a while, so I couldn't take on anything. But if you have something, let me know.
Get it while you can, guys. Thank you, Richard. And I started doing it. It doesn't take hardly any more time. And the reason I do shorts, I think I've told people, is it puts content out there that gets me in front of more people because shorts get more reach. So it's just this thing that I've been doing since YouTube suggested it. And I never thought to talk in them. But I just got a new mic too.
Did you?
Well, yeah, I got these little, I've always used Holly hands. but I got these little magnetic ones.
Yeah.
Stick on my hat.
Why don't you use your condenser mic for your
videos?
Yeah.
Because it's on the other side of my table and it just doesn't really work. Because when I go out to, location or stuff like that, I just need a good wireless mic.
I got you. I just didn't know if, your boom arm should be able to move to the other table, other side of the table.
It does, but it's awkward because I've got a tripod over there that's at a 90 degree.
Right.
It's just kind of, it's a cluttered mess, dude.
I got a solution for that for you that we can talk about offline.
Awesome. Maddie, you're exactly right. Shorts are more cooling and it doesn't feel like your legs are in prison. That's the best quote tonight.
Marty, but the difference is your shorts are like pants for everybody else.
Yeah, I'd have to roll up your shorts.
You live in hell, so it always feels like prison there.
Life in the desert. You and Greg out there with the tarantulas. He put out a video yesterday that I didn't watch yet with the knife announcement, and I figured it had to do with his Main Street knives.
Ground fog. A kilt on him would be like just basically a comforter.
What's up, Ground Fog? I didn't see you come in. And sandworms. True, Patina Turner.
Like trimmers?
Holes, yeah. What was it?
Yeah, Trimmers, that movie with those sandworms.
I remember that. Yeah,
That was
sandworms.
terrifying.
Now, you think about it, it was terrifying, especially if you have to exist out there. I'll tell you what's terrifying, dude, is to be a seal on a fucking floating ice pack when a bunch of killer whales are coming. I'm not going to watch those videos again, but that haunts my dreams. Because they're just sitting ducks and they don't know it.
My buddy had a bar, and he wanted to change a name, but the city wouldn't let him because he wanted to make it a bar / nightclub, and he wanted to call it Baby Seal, so they can go club at the Baby Seal.
Yeah, I don't think that would get the what would you call it? Political correctness.
Yeah, he didn't get the stamp of approval from the city, but it would have been catchy, at least for people who weren't going to get upset about it.
Great idea. Absolutely. And you gotta sometimes jump out there. And I think humor is just that, right? If you take it seriously, most comedy is shock value. Tina, that's probably was an awesome encounter though. I don't think I've ever heard of an orca attacking people, but I could be wrong. I've seen a lot of videos of people on paddle boards and stuff, and orcas will come up, or they'll be out on a fishing kayak, a sea kayak, and the orcas will come up and they seem really curious of the people. But I've also seen them just chew fucking seals to shreds. So I don't know. And I watched the movie Orca and watched Bo Derek's leg get bitten off. So there's that.
Oh, look at me. I'm Patina. I live on the beach and I go surfing. Woo!
It was not. I bet the orcas did scare you. Was he just toying with you? Was it the way he was acting kind of aggressively, or just the fact that you knew he was a killer whale? I've seen some awesome videos of dudes getting tracked by great white sharks when they're in their little sea kayaks. I still don't understand. I guess it would be fun to go out and fish in those little nice sea kayaks. But I mean, a big shark could eat that shit. Kayak. Great white.
Patina, we do have beaches in Ohio, yes.
See if this will pull up, because this is some terrifying shit. I watched this a couple times. Let's see if it'll pull up. I might have to mute it because it's Daily Mail. But check this crazy shit out. It's better with the sound because you can hear the guy stressing. Watch this. Whoops. That's the tail and the dorsal.
Yeah, no thanks.
And look how little his boat is, man.
Yeah, I don't mess with the ocean.
Me neither, dude. That's just, I'm sorry, terrifying. Because again, you know that thing's got to be 16 feet long. But there's just tons of them. And it's always these kayakers. So see that thing swimming right under him? Look at that. Fuck that. I mean, spin,
That's a
hit you.
shark. That's not a orca.
It's a great white. No, that's a great white.
Yeah.
But it's just like, dude, thinking it's a seal. Terrifying stuff. I mean, you can go through and there's just
give it a little boink on the nose with the paddle and tell them to
you
go
have
away.
to give it one. I think I'd rather pull out a desert eagle. But why are these people in these little boats, man? Because if you hooked a sailfish or something, you're going for a ride.
You ever seen a sailfish in person?
No, I've seen them on the wall.
They're freaking enormous. I mean, they're so big, it's unbelievable.
But you see these people hook these. I mean, I've seen like there's videos of ships or fishing boats almost rescuing these people because they've got a tuner or something on and they've been dragged for the last 2 days. And they're like out in the middle of the fucking ocean now, which is to me is crazy. I mean, I remember Jaws, you know, and that was not even a big boat.
If you're hooked on there for more than half a day and you don't cut your line, you're an idiot.
But I think these guys are such, it's the thrill of the kill, right? Or the catch. And they're so reluctant to do it.
They can have a thrill and still be an idiot.
Well, sure. But if you're out there, to me, if you're fishing in a little boat that looks like a seal or like you're on a surfboard, you're kind of an idiot. Let me find this guy, kayaker. Dragged.
Shane, shut up or get on live stream. One of the two.
Jump on, Shane. You got a link.
What's up, Drinkwater? I saw went deep sea fishing in the Caribbean and I saw a marlin got caught and I saw a 3.5 foot barracuda get caught. And both of them are two of the scariest animals I've ever seen. And I'm like, I want no part of the ocean.
The ocean's terrifying. I think the ocean's scarier than, I mean, again, it's easy to avoid, right? But when you see people fall off cruise ships or crazy stuff like that, it's like, no thanks. The creepiest, what was that movie where the husband and the wife go diving and their boat leaves and they come up and the whole movie's them floating in the ocean till they die?
Don't know. That sounds horrible.
It was a horrible movie, dude.
The only movie that revolves around the ocean that I will promote is Out of the Blue.
Out of the Blue. What's that?
Look it up later.
Oh, well. So check this shit out.
First day of our first week in May.
All right. So he's going out to do his little bullshit.
Patina, no kidding. This thing, so when we caught the barracuda, the guy on the boat, the deckhand tried to pull it up and I mean, it tried to jump and bite when showed its teeth and he ended up, instead of smacking it on the head, he ended up cutting the line and the guy who caught it was so pissed. This thing was massive.
When does he get drug out? In a second, that guy gets dragged. Well, this is anticlimactic. Screw it. Anyway, there's one with this fishing boats out there, and they see this guy fighting this fish in one of those kayaks, and he's way too far out to have paddled that far out. And when they get him on board, they ended up landing the fish, pulled his kayak up, and he'd been fighting it for like over a day. Because he wasn't going to let it go. You know, he knew he had something big on there. I think it was a tuna. Now I want fish and chips. Everything that when we talk about food, it makes me think of Mexican pizzas in a big old Taco Bell box. Conmano, I haven't been to Blade Binge in a while. That's a site I don't promote much. Let's look at it. Now, I used to buy a lot of stuff off Blade Binge. Let's see what's happening at the binge.
Sponsored by?
No, I don't do that. That's why I don't have any sponsor. No.
I'm joking. Oh, speaking of Taco Bell, dude, John, I had Taco Bell last week and it was the worst. I threw it away. I had I tried their what?
Hold on, I'm having issues not seeing shit. There it is. It's back. Hold on, I lagged out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Sorry, dude. What were you saying? I lagged out for a second.
No, I had Taco Bell last week and I ended up throwing it out. It was the worst I've ever had. I tried their.
Oh, was it not good? Well,
I tried the chicken nuggets, surprisingly, and they were absolute dog food. They were trash. So
it's so dependent on the people making it. That's what sucks. It's not consistent.
I ate like 2 of them and threw it away. It was the worst. There
you go, Kyle.
Ooh, what we got there?
You like that, don't you? I'm gonna try to make it bigger.
Yeah.
FJ.
What's it want for it?
$6.50.
Oh, that's no hell no.
But you know what I've learned?
You can get those in the Fords all day long.
Yeah, and the trick is, and I've done it, I've pulled listings down, but if you message these people and ask them, sometimes they'll just give you the fair price, but a lot of times they'll say, if you'll take it offline, here's a 15V, which is going to be discontinued. Pair of 3 lightweight. I
dislike the overvalued, inflated pricing that people think that it's. Uh-oh.
Look who's here.
What's up, Bubba?
What's going on, man? Had a little nap.
Nice. You needed it. You were tired.
I've never left any job as tired and not just sore, but like in pain as I was today, man. I was so exhausted. My skin hurt. It was horrible. But yeah.
What were you putting yourself through today?
Man, just same thing I always do. I mean, it was like I worked for about 6 hours. I was only live for about the last hour.
Dude, that's you're just working through it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about me now, man. I don't start to get tired and then kind of start tailing off. I can literally be walking across the shop, and the first half of the trip across the shop, I'm fine, and the second half, like I'm dragging myself, like it's like a lithium battery, and it's been that way ever since my heart surgery. Like just be popping along, boom. When it's over, man. And I pushed myself to finish. I had 2 knives left to heat treat, and I was done. And I pushed myself to finish them, and man, I was just miserable.
Do you feel better now, or are you still sore?
I'm still a little sore, but lots better. I got a really big confidence boost today, so that helped. That made me feel a lot better. And there's no way to say this without it sounding like bragging, but I posted some pictures. I sent some pictures to Alex Steingraber. That picture you guys can see on my Instagram, and you can see how janky my setup is. I've got like, I don't know, 12 inches of wood nailed together on the table to build up to where I put my piece of marble for my work rest.
Are you talking about this picture here? Hold on.
Yeah. And after I posted it, I realized how unprofessional my setup looks. So I'd sent a picture of it to
you just realized that?
Yeah. Well, I've always known it. I just didn't I've never
it works.
Showing it to everybody, but then I'm sure all you guys have seen it in my vertical lives, but But anyway, I sent him that, and I'd also sent him some pictures of the grinds I'd been doing. And I asked him, I'm like, I don't know whether I should be more embarrassed of my equipment or proud of what I'm, what I've accomplished with it. Like, he asked me again, when I sold my first knife. I'm not at a year yet. It was after Blade Show last year.
Yeah.
And he was like, Shane, you are miles ahead of where I was at this same point. And for
Dude,
Alex,
that is a huge.
dude, that's
huge.
That's a stroke right there, buddy. If that don't stroke your ego, if you're a knife maker, nothing will.
That's awesome, buddy. And I think it's well observed.
Yeah, that made me feel really good. But I've worked more the past 7 days than I have I've never worked this many days in a row or this close together. I just really, really hope I can keep it up. I've got a couple of people kind of holding me accountable, and checking in on me. And it's embarrassing that I need that, but I do. I mean, if I'm left to my own devices, I'll convince myself not to go. So, yeah, I really appreciate it.
It's a balancing act, right? I mean, sometimes you got to have that. I'm kind of a procrastinator by nature, and you got to have that deadline for me to really jump into gear.
Right. Well, I told you, I think I told you too. I don't think I told everybody else, but I had a conversation with Whitty at USA Made Blade, and he actually contacted me and told me whenever I was ready and whatever I needed. I said, Whitty, first of all, I don't want anything from you. I said, if I have knives on your site, it's going to be because I got them ready. You have them in hand and decide to buy them. I was like,
he appreciated that, didn't he?
Yeah, and I was like, second of all, I'm not ready. Because I don't want to send a product I'm not 100% satisfied with and risk ruining that opportunity. But and I told Kyle, I was like, man, at this point I don't care if I never sell a knife on there. Just the fact that he reached out is pretty much a career highlight for me, because if I could sell anywhere, I want it to be on USA Made Blade, of course.
Yeah, that's your type of place.
Right. Regardless of, whether I think Whitty's right or wrong all the time. But yeah, it's just my type of place. But then, I didn't even really realize that was kind of a mental cop out at the same time. Why would I say that I'm okay with just the opportunity? Why not? What I should be doing is
get 10 thugs in there.
Yeah, I should be pushing myself to be able to say I'm ready and make it happen. So
we had that conversation though, and it's not just about what you're capable of. It's more about logistics and making sure that things are your ducks in a row before you start taking on opportunities like that. Because the worst thing you want to do is take on an opportunity and not go the way you want it to go.
Right. Like I said, I would want to know that my pricing was correct and the product was correct. And like I said, I want him to have them in hand and look at them before he ever strokes a check, So
sometimes that's not realistic though. And I know from the business that I came from, 50% is not, you shouldn't feel shame in 50% up front at all.
No, it very well could be possible.
No, he was talking about, he was willing to finance the whole project.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. But
if you didn't feel comfortable with that, you could, instead of saying, I want you to have them in your hand.
Especially considering I've got guys who are still waiting, who paid me a long time ago. And I lose sleep over that every day. And I thought the answer was, I sent a bunch off to Brian for him to finish up. And to be honest, he was up front, about his schedule. And that had, as far as the quality of the work, that's worked out great for everything I've seen so far. But those guys are still waiting. They still have to come back to me for laser engraving, and they still have to go to Kyle for sharpening. So, that didn't take as much stress off of me as I hoped it would. I'll just put it that way.
Well, and the one thing. Go ahead, John.
No, you go ahead, buddy.
I was just gonna say, I mean, Shane, it's your business, and I've always told you do what you think's right. But I don't think I would have put up a fight, and I wouldn't have let you get in the situation where you have been taking money up front for a batch of knives like that. Just because,
yeah, you've been
I'm-
telling me from the get go to stop doing that.
and
Yeah.
even to the point where like trying to finance things and figure it out the right way versus doing it through relationships and building trust with that type of thing. That's something you want to be able to go smoothly to potentially open other doors down the line. And that's a reputation thing that means more than just a few knife sales.
Good point.
Yeah.
So,
You know, and I look, yeah, who said that?
what?
Exactly, Knife Nut 69. You know, and I'm not going to dig into that because I've said my piece on that because I am friends with Steve. But I don't want to get myself in that situation. And the reason why I was more understanding than some people were of that situation is because on a much smaller scale, I've done the same thing. You know, there's guys that have paid me for knives that haven't got their knife yet. However, I probably wouldn't still be making knives had they not done that. I wouldn't have been able to financially, like, you know. So and they know how much I appreciate not just their support but their patience, you know. But it's all catching up. You know, it's all about to you know, me and Kyle go over my books every now and then because he keeps track of it for me because I'm horrible at remembering things. And we're getting close to wiping all that away, you know, and that not being an issue anymore. So,
And I would think your logistics with Brian are going to smooth out, and it'll probably take a lot off of you when you're doing.
I actually don't know because he's more busy with his other job in the summer than he was when I sent him. So I don't know the whole bolt-on scale thing. You know, it will always be a possibility, but it may be one of those, hey, I can't guarantee a timeline, and you know,
I hate you, Patina.
That's funny as shit, Patina, for people that get it.
Oh, I get it.
Son of a bitch.
But yeah, it's always, you know, I want to keep it open as a possibility, but you know, it may cost a few dollars more, and it may, you know, even further the wait, you know. But if that's important to you, I at least want to be able to offer it.
I would say, based on looking at the numbers, if everything stays true to course as far as working, we should be caught up in the next 6 weeks.
Yeah, like, and you know, like another thing too, you know, talking about the money in it, like, I wouldn't be this sore if I wasn't having to pinch every penny. I pushed belts way further than I should have the last 2 times I've worked. Yeah. I mean, way further.
Night run.
I spent 3.5 hours grinding half empty's knife. I literally could have been done with that knife in an hour, but it would have cost me another $30. But as you're doing it, you're sitting there thinking, man, I'm already approaching the not making any money mark. Do I keep sinking money? You know, because I can't go back and ask for more. I keep sinking money in to save my time. So instead, I just invest more and more time and more labor because I don't have, you know, there's just not enough room inside that price to just change belts, you know, and go through 3, 4, 5 belts on one knife. You know, but it was a larger, very hard crew wear knife, so it's going to wear belts out. And hopefully,
and you're gaining experience to learn how to price that from those experiences, right? I mean, you wouldn't have known.
The last thing I want to do is go up, man. I don't know.
No, but it's not going up. It's you're finding out now what it actually costs you in time, which is very important. Your time, even though, like you said, you can sacrifice that when you don't have capital, but really there's nothing wrong with going up if you're doing it transparently, right? Because certain steels are going to require certain
Yeah, and just like I don't remember who brought it up recently. I buy my belts from Combat Abrasives. They're an American company. I know they make the belts there, but who knows where they have to buy the ceramic? The tariffs may affect the prices of ceramic. I don't know. So the next time I buy, it may go up. I bought today and they were the same price that they have been. Actually, I thought they may have even been a little bit cheaper, but anyway, um, you know, you just never know. But I'm still enjoying it. I just I've got to get a couple of people's stuff to them in a really bad way to clear up a lot of stress and worry on my end. Aiden Miguel, if it had been anybody other than Aiden Miguel, they'd probably been mad at me by now. In all honesty, Aiden's just such a good guy that he's been patient and let it, yeah, he's just been very patient. But yeah, there's a couple of them that have to get out soon. A couple of others I don't feel horrible about because I know people talk all the time about hey man, I ordered from this custom maker and waited a year and a half, waited 2 whatever. But Aiden's by far my oldest, and it's weird because I know a lot of people would say, well, I know somebody in the chat that ordered a knife from you and had it in 4 weeks. I can't explain how things work out the way they do. They just do. Like there's times that a knife, there's something you can do to it to finish it in your spare time. It's like that time's just gifted to you, and everything Aiden's has been waiting on. Like I don't even have it in my possession right now, so I can't.
You can't do anything to work it forward.
Right. I'm waiting on Brian, and guys. I'm not bad mouthing Brian. Brian's doing an excellent job. It's just it is taking longer than me and him both thought it would. He had to spend a few $100 buying things that he didn't know he would need to do this. So,
right.
Well, Shane, also too, you got to account for on his it was time getting sent out to get a hollow grind. It was time coming back, then making sure that you had. If I'm not mistaken, that one was pre you doing heat treat as well too, right? No, that's right when you started heat treat. Yeah, that was right when you started heat treated those. Yeah. But then it was time out for there, and then time back to go to Brian, and there was different.
But in all honesty, Kyle, you and I both know the biggest holdup has been my mental health. That's what's taking
at times. Yeah, I mean at times, but we're working on a process, and that's what's important, is getting something in line to where things can become more efficient.
Right.
And I think that'll take stress off just by the nature of you understanding how that lays out in front of you, right? Where you got a little bit more control over it, or at least seems like you've got control over it.
Yeah. Paul, I knew you would want removable scales, and that's not a joke. I knew you'd want that because you haven't got it on any of the past ones. So I'd already planned, that was already in my mind. I knew that was happening. By the way, your S125V came in today, so which works out good because I've got 2 knives left to heat treat that weren't necessarily part of this batch thing I was working on. So I can do those, within the next few days, just in between grinding. But now I'm at a point where all I've really got to concentrate on is grinding. So that's why I ordered more belts today. I still don't know that I'll have enough to be able to change them out as often as I'd like, but I ordered those just so that I'm not having to push them as far as I have. Because my buddy Chappell was there with me today, and I'd been grinding on this knife for like an hour and a half. And every time I showed it to him, he's like, "Bubby, it don't look like it's moving." And I was like, "It's not. It's taking forever." And he's like, "Well, I can stand on the other side of the grinder and I can tell there's not hardly any sparks coming off of it like there was."
Because your belt had gotten worn down.
Yeah, I wasn't due to change the belt. It wasn't part of my plan because of the money, but I went ahead and changed it anyway And it was just mind blowing how fast I finished that knife, you know. And he was right. You could see just this huge shower of sparks coming off the back of the grinder. So
Do people like Alex and them get their belts from the same place, or are there places that you can get them more efficiently?
that's the advantage. Alex doesn't grind.
Oh, he doesn't? That's right. He CNCs everything. He
Yeah,
does.
I was thinking about that all day today. I was like, man, how nice must it be to put a blank of steel in a machine, clamp it down, turn it on, and it does everything for you.
Well, Michael does that too, right? At American Blade Works.
Yeah.
It's all.
That's the downside is
a little ball mill, milling out that bevel.
The downside is you're paying for that $50,000 machine up front versus buying abrasives.
Right.
I mean that
and
is.
You don't get, if you like grind lines, you don't get those. You know, so there's that. But
and all of the
true, Todd.
All of the actual end mills and holders and everything else cost so much money. It's crazy.
Right.
But I mean, it's definitely.
And I'm not bad mouthing CNC made knives.
Oh no, not at all.
I do feel like they lack a personal touch. I don't. You know, a lot of people say they don't have any soul. I don't know if that's the case, but I do feel like they lack a little bit of personal touch. But,
does any company do a combination where they get the primary grind from a CNC and then go in and hand finish it to make it look?
Medford may. He grinds his knives, but I don't know if the CNC does a primary stock removal before
right.
you treat, and then they just have to remove that last 10,000. I don't know. I've never seen him start. I think that's what he does, because I've watched lots of videos from there, and I've never seen him start with a perfectly flat piece of, and show the entire process. So it's always anytime he walks up to the grinder with a camera and the cameraman's filming the dude on the grinder, it's like he's almost done. Right. I don't know.
He's probably the type of guy.
I watch a lot of Greg's stuff, man, because regardless of what you think of Greg, I mean, he's one of my heroes as far as the way he did it. You know, he didn't have a YouTube channel. He didn't have a customer base. He rented a building. He financed equipment. He put his entire livelihood on the line to do something. And
it wasn't very received. I mean, to me, it's not a mass consumed item. I mean, it's a specialty knife that he believed in. And
yeah. And so I have tons of respect for the guy for that. If I was his business manager, there's things I would advise him to do differently. But at the same time, I respect, that he is exactly what you see is what you get, and he does it bite his tongue. I can respect that. I don't think it's good for his business.
I'll be right back. I got to grab a drink.
All right, bud. Yeah, and I think he's the type guy that if you reached out and asked him, he'd probably tell you how he did it.
Yeah. Oh, I've talked to Greg on several occasions. He's also, because you can just look up Medford Knives on Google, hit call, and ask for Greg. And his secretary is going to ask. They want to know, are you a fan and you just want to chit chat? And if he has time for that, he will. Last time I called him, he did. He picked the phone up. But,
see that chain? Knife Nuts got the facts.
He double disc grinds the blanks, and the levels are hand ground. Okay.
I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming it's like a disc instead of a CNC that just cuts them all to the right bevel.
I guess. I'm not sure what a double disc. When I read that, what I pictured is two opposing discs that come up and
right, and you can just slide it through
at the same time. That's why, guys. What you don't understand? That's why hollow grinds out of China are so cheap. It's because they just have two contact wheels.
It's like a pull through sharpener,
right? That damn near they're damn near touching one another. They just take the knife, pick it straight up, jam it in between them, and drag it out, and it's cutting both hollows at the same. It literally takes minutes. And I don't.
Are you losing anything in that type of production in terms of?
You absolutely are. And I can tell you what it is. I've watched it done live. You won't see it when people video it, but them some bitches turn blue.
Oh, really? So you're
One pass, they get hot. That's why the heat treat is no good.
because it's being compromised right there.
Right, on both sides, and you know, you can see it. You know, the edge of it has turned blue, and then in the next pass it takes that off. You know, and they have to make sure they run through fast to take that off. That steel's ruined, but that's why it's so easy for them to do, and it's cheap. And when I say minutes, I mean less than 10. You know, so
Probably in those bigger plants, less than 2 minutes, because it's probably done with robotic arms that are flipping them over.
But now the ones I've seen out of China were done by hand, and that does take a fairly skilled laborer, you know, to make sure that blade is perfectly straight up and down when he wedges it in there and drags it out. I mean, it's something anybody could learn with a little practice, but yeah, it absolutely
makes it easier with tiny hands.
Yeah. Yeah. And then some of the bigger plants, you know, they probably do have a robotic arm that just lifts it and drags it out. But
I think it was, I can't remember whose video it was, but it was either a Riot tour or something where it was, I mean, they had the blades going around on a table and an arm would pick them up, and it was just all robotic. There were very few people.
If you guys have any footage of the tour manufacturing, I'd love to watch it if y'all ever run across any. I love the fact that if you know the whole story behind tour, you know, you probably did yourself a service by not buying one of their knives 5 years ago. They did have a lot of bugs to work out.
Yeah.
But I think they've probably worked the majority of them out. Keep in mind, they're still hard use military style folders. But I love what those guys do. You know, they were veterans. They opened that place, and you know, they know they can't employ every veteran because they're in California, so there's tons of them. But they will hire them and train them on how to operate CNC equipment working there. You know, so that they, and many of them do. You know, then they go somewhere else where they can make even more money as a CNC operator. You know, that's it's the things people do behind the scenes. You know, like I'm sure some of you guys saw that video where they were touring ProTech talking to that employee that had been there a short amount of time, and I can't remember if it was him or a family member that had cancer, and he was talking about, you know, how, you know, they just kept paying him like he was there all the time when he actually wasn't. And it's the things like that set companies apart that most people don't know about, you know.
Yeah,
but they don't talk about it. You know, Greg doesn't talk about all the charitable things that he does. You know.
Well, then you see that propaganda video that we put out, and if you believe that that was their factory tour, then I got some prime real estate to sell you of oceanfront in Idaho.
Which are you talking about, that week video?
Yeah.
I don't remember that. When did that come out, Kyle?
That's like 2 years ago.
That was and people, and when I said that it was fake, people acted like I was stupid. That was the biggest hoax and AI piece of garbage ever put on the internet. They were showing this beautiful factory like on a hillside, and there's mountains behind it. It's just lush and green everywhere. Like there's not another building within sight of this place.
And that's supposedly wee knives.
Yeah, all these smiley. First of all, the building's not big enough to make knives in. Like the building they show is not big enough. It's nice, but it's not even big enough to house the heat treat. You know, those big industrial heat treat ovens. And then inside, you know, they're showing, you know, all these smiley, happy people in their Wii uniform, and it's such bullshit, man. And I remember when it came out, talking to Kevin about it, and he was like, "I mean, it looks legit to me." And I'm like, "Of course, it looks legit to you. It looked legit to Ben from NAS when he went over to visit, because they take him to this place. Everything over there is faked. You
it's
know?
Like a sound stage,
right?
It looked like a surgical operating or a surgical room where, I mean, like it was so sterile looking in there.
Is
I
this
will
it right
admit, at least the floors had some paint missing.
Yeah.
Hats off to them on that. They made the floors look worn, like people had walked up. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nowhere in China that looks like that. Look,
Sure
you
of a
can tell it's
new
green screen.
state-of-the-art facility.
What was that?
I said you can tell he was green screened.
Yeah, no doubt. And look at the
Yeah.
cars like photoshopped in the.
Yeah, and there's a red car out
That
there.
might be their corporate headquarters.
You walk yourself to death hunting a red car in China.
Products at an unsurpassed value. With over 20 years of
I don't see anywhere they're making a knife.
Oh, they'll show it. They'll get out on the floor in a minute. Like, absolute bullshit.
I don't know anything about it, but it looks very sterile, doesn't it? It looks almost like AI.
Yeah, and I've seen footage from Shenzhen. It does not look like that. It's exactly what you think. It is a smoggy, nasty, and rundown industrial complex where all those buildings are just making different parts for everybody's knife, for ours, for everybody. Now, and that's not necessarily a bad thing because it's kind of like Montiago, Italy, where you have all these different shops and they all work together. That's what's happening in China, but nobody. And I don't understand why so many YouTubers don't want. They act like it's a bad thing, and they don't want to admit that that's what they're doing. But I mean, your Wii knife and your Riot knife have pieces and parts in them that were made in the same rundown facility.
Yeah, that's got. I mean, that almost looks like a place that they set up for just something like this.
Yeah, it's just a propaganda video, just like when they show their
Like
military.
you can find this video with almost Riot or anybody.
Yeah, just like when they have military marches and parades, and they've got all those missiles that are just fucking empty tubes of plastic with a pointy nose. It's all about perception.
Look at them all leaving.
All smiling and happy. Yeah, they didn't show any of the Uyghurs that worked there, that were captured and put into slavery.
There you go, Shane. I started to show this earlier, but the lighting wasn't great. But look at how that turned out.
Yeah, man, that looks way better.
I mean, it looks insane.
Yeah.
And this lighting is still not great, showing what it actually looks like in person. But
yeah, you guys were talking about the depth. It is 3-dimensional. Like some of that bright blue.
Oh, you heard me talking about it?
I went back and listened. Yeah, some of that stuff is literally an 1/8 inch deep in there.
There's that wood.
Man, I wish I had that knife to do over again so bad.
Why?
Only because I should have
liners.
I should have added liners.
But I mean, that wood turned out phenomenal.
And I will. That won't happen again.
And then this was
so the liners just give it a different look. I know what they do, but
yeah, just a slightly different pop. If they match the color of the pins, it just gives it a pop. Yeah,
I think it looks good, but I've got some with liners and some without. I mean, because like when I buy my Bark Rivers, you pay a little bit more if you get one with liners versus one that's just saved by Carta.
Yeah, the liners are purely aesthetic, but keep in mind that was a free knife. That was a giveaway knife, that wooden one. But I mean, I still wish I'd have spent a couple extra hours and did the liners. It would actually only have been about 10 minutes worth of work, but it would have cost me 3 days of wait time. Wait time will kill you sometimes.
In hindsight, too, it probably didn't look. You weren't probably thinking about it when you were finishing it.
I wasn't even planning on using that color in the pins, so no, I wasn't.
Yeah,
I was planning on just putting some brass. The reason I don't like using the brass pins or the aluminum pins, I've got both, and I've got some steel hollow pins. One thing I've learned, when you're sanding that and shaping the handles, when you go to grind those pins, they turn red hot instantly.
Because they're conducting heat, yeah.
Right, and they hold heat, especially the brass. The brass hold heat for an amazing amount of time, and even if you dip it in water, it doesn't affect it because it's concealed and it's insulated inside the scales. So what it does is it heats the scale up and depending on the material, it can actually scar it, kind of. You know what I mean? It can turn dark around it where it got it too hot. And worst case scenario is you can get it hot enough when you get epoxy over 350 degrees, it just lets go.
So it all separates.
There's a chance that yeah. People still think the MagnaCut coming out of China is from CPM when several people in the industry have said they make. Yeah, Todd Carr, it's not just MagnaCut, but you're 100% right. But it's S90. It's all of it. Now I've said before, and I'll say it again. I'm not going to say there's never been a piece of American steel in a Chinese plant where they make. That's entirely possible. But I mean, if you know anything about business, that if you have a steel mill right down the road that makes more steel than anywhere in the world, and you have that recipe,
why are you going to import it?
Why would you pay to import it?
And you're making it for an eighth of the cost.
Right. Yeah.
Shane,
and like I said, if they ever get to a point where that steel is equally as good and it's tested multiple times and somebody proves it to me, I'll eat crow and say, hey, man, they got their shit together. It's all good. But it has never, ever, ever tested as well as good as its American counterpart. I've seen one Riot knife in M390 that cut over 300 feet of cardboard fine edge. One. And Gerald will tell you, he's tested 40 or 50. That's the only one that's ever done it. You know, maybe it just had to do with where it was at in the oven. I don't know. But that one was up there close to Spyderco levels of performance, but just that one.
Shane, did you see this yet?
I'm not going to be able to say anything for a minute. My Skype thing is popping up and loading itself again. So
why didn't you renew that?
Yeah. Let me see if I can make it go away yet.
What's up, One Moon?
I'm going to put a link to this video. This is a video that Laren did the other day where he interviewed the guy from Niagara. Great video. I mean, I love the way that it's an employee-owned company, but then they talked about the future of some of these steels.
Yeah.
And
I really enjoyed it. It was sad to hear that 15V is just not going to exist.
It's gone.
We were all worried about that with several steels, but it looks like right now the only one is going to be 15V. And I don't care what they rename crewwear to it. I'm calling it crewwear.
Yeah, and that's what it sounded like to me, like when he said he was going to sunset 20CV, maybe stuff like that. But there's still steels that are going to be just like 20CV.
Well, I mean, 20CV and M390 are both completely unnecessary at this point with MagnaCut.
But they're also the same.
Yeah, it costs more, and it's slightly inferior in performance. There's no reason to ever make a knife out of 20CV or M390 yet.
Well, I don't know if you saw recently that I saw that WE is switching from 20CV to M390 because now they're not going to be able to supposedly to get the bulk 20CV.
Right.
I'm like, okay. The one thing though is with
the smart answer there is, why would they continue to advertise that they're using a steel that they know doesn't exist anymore? I mean, that would look pretty stupid on their part. They're like, I thought they didn't make 20 CV anymore.
I understand, but I'm just saying it's the mentality of it though. The one thing though I was going to say about 15V is with Sean and Laren kind of drumming that up with Crucible for Spyderco. Spyderco has an opportunity to potentially push that to another party to be able to make it.
Oh yeah, it's possible.
What's the process? What's the part of the process that they called it, that they put it in the oven that doesn't get hot enough for 15V? I know it's not heat treating because it's before they roll it, but what is that called? Tempering?
It's not tempering. I heard him say it too, and I didn't catch exactly what he said.
I didn't watch it yet. You're talking about the austinization?
Exactly. Yeah. That's the word.
Yeah. I think it's got to do with like what the guy from Niagara was talking about. They're the only plant that does this type of work that's able to heat a steel roll it, reheat it, roll it, reheat it, roll, to keep getting it thinner down to blade making size, where most people get one shot at it, and whatever size it comes out, that's all it's going to ever be. I thought it had something to do with that process, but I could be wrong.
That makes
What people don't understand is technically most of your high-end steels, like what you watch me heat treat, they're actually called air-cooled steels. So if you put it in the oven and you let it austenitize in the oven and take it out and just lay it on the table, just let it lay there, which would normally take like 1095, it would lay there and go right back to its pre-existing state of soft steel. Your high-end steels don't do that. They continue getting hard as they lay there. Now, it's not going to reach the hardness that it would if you quenched it, but it will get harder. So maybe that's why. Maybe that stuff, they can't keep heating it because it just keeps getting, I don't know.
It goes, so like the other steels will go back to their annealed state, but when you austentize something, it'll get harder, but it's getting, especially when you quench it, it gets to the point where it's so hard. That's why you have to temper it to get the HRC back down to where it's not brittle.
Right.
The what Cheeto asked, Terravantium is awesome. I've had some experience with it. It's cool. I've not actually put it to the test as far as like long-term durability. The person asked about that would be Patina. He's got several knives in that. I've sharpened several knives of his Terravantium. Turns out nice, but from my understanding, it's a pretty cool. It's a dendritic cobalt, so it's not technically a steel like what we know as it. So.
Yeah. It's funny you say that, Ron. I will never forget that day standing, and it was just the whole setup. I was standing in front of Super Steel Steve's booth. I wasn't even talking to Steve. That just happens to be where I stopped because of traffic. So, the loudest voice in the industry on this stuff, I'm standing in front of his booth, and Larry and Thomas is standing in front of me talking to a gentleman that I didn't know. And it was so funny because I was eavesdropping, and he's telling that guy that, MagnaCut, just like all these other steels out of China, are not the real thing. That they're making their own. And it was so funny because he actually stopped when he said it, cut his eyes at me, and like when he made eye contact, it's like he knew I was the one that needed to hear it. You know what I mean?
Why do you think they want to keep that hush hush? I would think that anybody, especially
they want to keep that hush hush because they don't want to burn bridges.
Because like Spyderco has relationships in China, I can see why.
Right. It's not just that, but what if we came to Larry and he missed out on a multi-million-dollar opportunity to collaborate with them on something? And it's not just that, but it was just like when Larry and weaseled and crawfished on the whole MagnaCut, the HRC thing. Kyle and I both watched the video.
Wiped it from the internet.
Yeah, completely removed it. The reason he did that was because he had all these makers who have created him a living. He has a living because of these people. And now they've bought MagnaCut, made knives, and released them at 61 HRC. So for Larian to say that it's not good at that HRC, he just cost those guys money. Those people are the reason he exists. He had to make that go away.
Well, also early on, he also stated that it actually becomes tougher and doesn't drop off its toughness until after 65.
Right.
That is completely gone as well too.
Right.
Because he had mentioned that it's unlike, because most steels, the tougher, the higher the HRC, the toughness goes down. He had always stated that MagnaCut was a rarity, and actually from 61 to 65, it actually went up and then started dropping off.
Right.
But that got wiped from the internet, whether that was because people didn't want to push it that high, or I don't know. But
yeah, do you think a lot of it's, I mean, it doesn't sound to me like it was maybe nefarious, but maybe he learned more about the steel when it was in real world. Not that he did it the right way, but I could see why you would want.
It's more likely that he got a phone call saying, "Hey, man, that's going to hurt my business, and he took it down. On the business side of it, that's the more likely
reason. Yeah.
And and I don't like it. I know Kyle was more mad about it than I was, but I get it. I mean, he can't.
Well, I was mad about it because then you put this information out there to people.
You were mad about it because you wanted to use it to prove yourself right, and it disappeared.
There's part of that, but it was also the information that I was taking from a trusted source, thinking that this is accurate. And well, now you remove that information and you make everyone who had repeated what you said look stupid.
Right.
And that's, as a scientist, that's not something you do. You would come back and you would write a retraction or a update.
And you stand by your original and why your
correct
positions changed or what new knowledge or variables come into.
Yeah, and that is possible, John. It is possible that, after some testing or after some production,
that's why I wasn't giving the benefit of the doubt, was because he should have come back and posted a retraction or a update on it, not I'm just going to wipe this.
Yeah.
So I don't know as much the history on him because I just recently started watching his channel, but was he because I know to be a metallurgist, that's a serious commitment in schooling, right? To be a true metallurgist. But was he a metallurgist who liked knives, or was he a knife guy? I mean, how did he come to the internet and become such a big?
He has a doctrine in metallurgy,
right? So to be a metallurgist,
he was interested in it because his dad was a knife maker, and his dad was famous for creating.
Did he have a real job just doing metallurgy?
He created some type of Damascus that apparently in the 70s or whatever was hugely popular. So his name was big.
Does he have a full-time job where he does metallurgy for just all?
I don't know.
Because he seems very credible to me, and that's maybe just because he looks like a nerd. I don't know why I think that. I don't know why he would. But granted, he's got a product out there that he's created, so I'm sure then it becomes a little biased.
He does a lot of videos from his home, and maybe he's just a frugal guy, but I mean, it doesn't look like Greg Medford's videos from his house.
No.
And you can watch Greg's video, and that's at least a 7-figure home and property.
Yeah.
Aaron's looks very humble, so I don't know how much money he made. I don't know or care, but it doesn't appear that he makes.
The reason I say is to be a metallurgist in Huntsville, you're probably making almost $1 million a year.
Right.
I know a guy whose dad passed away early, and he was a metallurgist and did something for one of the defense contractors, and had original Picassos in his house.
Right.
So I mean, it's like more than a brain surgeon makes in Huntsville.
The knife hobby for him is a side hustle. It's a side gig.
Yeah.
So I know that's like when he talked about when he was doing a lot of his testing there for a while and just doing his videos, he was trying to do Patreon, that kind of stuff to fund the testing because he wasn't taking it all on himself. So he has another full-time gig. Yeah.
It looks like the automotive industry.
Yeah.
Something like that. But it was.
Yeah, because heat treat is very important in the automotive industry, not just in engines, but like they need to know exactly what the HRC of the steel in your steering column is, so that they'll know that it'll collapse if you crash instead of pushing the column back into your chest and crushing you.
Or the old 5-mile-an-hour bumpers, protectors, and what those will crumple bars and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know all about fucking crumple zones.
Knife Nut, it was around that same time, and there's still.
It was a little bit before that.
About that, but before that, he kind of stated some hard truths that I think was potentially going to, because I know Case was one of the first to buy Magna Cut, and then they ran it at 59. So for him to come out and say that it's bad, one of your potentially big customers and one of your first customers that supported you, you're making them look bad by saying that. That's why it disappeared.
And the weird thing too is when it came out with a protocol. So why you would run it below that protocol, I don't know. That makes zero sense.
That's the only reason why I was mad at Rick Hinder for not doing it. The information was there, the how to. Guys, a dumb disabled redneck from Alabama can do it. Why didn't Rick Hinder just do it? And just that would have stamped out all the shit talk about Hinder knives. We would have all forgotten about the soft 20 CV. Nobody would care anymore. And then I could literally label his knives as fucking perfection because they were. I still believe they're 99%.
I don't know if you
with that
noticed this.
step, he would have been the best knife maker in the country, and he chose not to. That's what pissed me off.
I don't
Well,
know
I
if
think
you
a lot of
noticed
knife
this,
makers
Shane.
didn't believe in MagnaCut at first. They weren't sure about it.
Yeah. Peters will guarantee you 63 to 64.
Yeah.
And it doesn't cost any more money.
When Rick first came out, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe it was in that 58 to 59 range. And
so is Greg.
Right. I understand that. But Greg adapted.
He's got one of his ASKs that's 59.
Yeah, but Greg adapted. He switched right away.
Right. He switched it right away, but Steve's just so mad that he stuck with a 59 HRC knife.
The difference, though, is I had seen recently that I was so proud because, like, I was anti-Hinder because of all the 20 CV and the MagnaCut bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Well, then I was proud he went to S45 because he was doing S45 well, and I was all about it. Well, then he started doing more MagnaCut drops recently, and I have not seen it, but someone had told me when the new drops have been tested and they're 61 to 62, which is a step up, and I appreciate that and I respect that, but it's still, I would like to see it higher, but it's to the point where if he's running it at 62, I'd be okay with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't not buy a knife because of that. If it was at 62, I would still rather it be 64, of course. It wouldn't stop me from buying the knife, but it would stop me from buying the knife for certain purposes. You know, the majority of people who are buying Hinders aren't cutting with them all day, every day. So if I'm just buying it, you know, I don't know the performance on the Hinder I had. I love the knife. It may have been horrible. I don't know, but I didn't acquire that knife. I didn't acquire that knife and have expectations of it being a super performance cutter. So yeah, I wouldn't have an issue at 60.
The thing that blows me away is, like, you know, DLT likes to do all these exclusives. They do the Medfords and S90, which is the only place you can get the S90 of his. And they do Hinder still as an exclusive in 20 CV. Why the hell would you do a 20 CV exclusive from Hinder? That is the worst. I don't get it.
For the geometry?
You say that, Kyle, but I've not seen any 20. The only good 20 CV I've ever seen anywhere was on a Spyderco. Now, I'm sure there's some customs out there that is good.
I won't say custom, yeah, but that's it.
No production company did 20 CV.
Have you tried TRM's 20 CV before?
It's okay.
Decent. It's decent.
I mean, it's at the bottom end of what you would consider
it's not
good.
Yeah, it's not a super performer by any means, but it's decent.
Gotcha.
The reason why people love it is because they think it's great because of the geometry of the knife.
Right. Well, what I found interesting is when they first released the Bulldog and their Nerd, everything was switched over to MagnaCut. Right. And now you can buy a Bulldog in either MagnaCut or 20 CV. They brought 20 CV back, and the price is the same.
They're just trying to get rid of the 5 tons of 20 CV they have in the.
It's very possible, but I can remember talking to I think,
or they're running low on MagnaCut with the whole Crucible thing right now, so they're offering 20 CV.
That's true. Yeah, Paul, I agree. It's probably for what I cut, which is
it's a combination of things, Paul. It's because it is way better than most 20 CV you've experienced. There's no doubt about it. I'm not telling you, I love TRM. I'm not telling you anything.
Yeah, I respect the company.
It's way better than most of the other. It's not even the same sport as Spyderco's 20 CV, and also, you know, it's kind of like a really good chef's knife. Even if it does get dull, it'll still pass through material because of the geometry.
And it'll sharpen up really quickly too.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, the geometry on that's great. And I've done Demco 20 CV. It's okay. It's a little still on the softer side, but I'm not a fan of. I don't like 20 CV. Yeah, Paul. Like, so as much as I love Craig Brown knives, He does his heat treat soft, but they're not horrible. They're not like way below industry standard. But for doing a basically almost a custom knife, they should be better. But they still perform. They're still great because of geometry.
Is he treating them in house?
I don't know that. I wanted to say I don't want to.
No, yeah, it doesn't matter.
I'm not sure, but they're not to superb levels by any means. The TRMs are good for a good American slicer and cutter, but I don't think that them in 20 CV would be beneficial for anybody. The Magna Cut would be a much better option. It's just a much better steel.
Craig Vincent, I wouldn't pay extra for it. If you like the knife and it's going to bring you some joy, you're going to get some use out of it, absolutely buy it.
Their S35 is not far behind that.
You're looking at paying extra because it's in 20 CV. If it's possible, just buy it in their AUS 10 or their S35 because it's not worth more money. I'll just say that. And I'm still confused. Like I can't get any information about cold steel, whether or not, what knives are produced in Taiwan now.
Yeah, they won't say on their website.
Right. I didn't have an issue with their Taiwan made knives, but rumors have gone around, but they're purely rumors. So I've not talked about it, that it's all China now. And if it is, then yeah, I'm done with cold steel completely, but I just can't get any information. So I've not bought any new cold steels because of that.
Well, then they were touting this whole new knife that got limited edition coming out in Magna Cut, but they're doing it in Italy.
Oh shit!
Which is like, I don't know. That's just
but
like
didn't a phone call get Italy to go okay, or is that too big of a ship to change the steering on?
Okay, MKM is way bigger than any individual U.S. maker, probably bigger than Spyderco or Benchmade, and that would be like saying, "Oh, call Spyderco and say, oh, we want this changed because of whatever." They don't care. They sell worldwide, and they don't have a problem with it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Todd, I saw that too. I know a lot of people will be excited about.
Which I don't get. I don't get the hype on that. We talked about that before. XHP is just basically a little bit better version of D2.
The guy in Niagara loved it.
Well, I think he loves it because it sells good.
And that's possible. And I was surprised for him to say it was one of their biggest.
It's literally, it's right there with CPM D2, but it's not in its day though, when you compared it to other steels that were available.
Right.
That's the point. It was a borderline super steel. But so was D2 at one point in time. I'm not saying anything wrong with it, but I'm not impressed. You guys know it's hard for me to badmouth Spyderco. I don't know if it's the steel or the heater. I'm not upset with it, but I'm also not impressed with my Para 3 and XHP. It just doesn't hold its bite very long.
Yeah, like
I'd like more information on that problem.
I was complaining about it, and while I was on the phone, I tested it. It still cleanly cuts paper, no issue. But when I run my thumb down it, I can't feel that bite like I could when I first got it.
And I'm curious about that issue, Ed, because I'm curious if it's a customer service issue or if it's a unrealistic expectation issue. Only because I've been in the middle of something there that was different.
Or communication error. Huh? Or communication error.
Could be that. Or it just could be, you never know. It could have been something that was taken apart that was, I don't know how.
I've got some powdered D2 right here on this ProTech. And I'll tell you right now, I would not have an issue at all if every knife I owned was made out of it. I have stuff that's better, but I wouldn't be upset if everything I owned, as long as it was as good as this, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. Or as long as it's good as, and even better than this is Medford's D2. But
yeah, I remember when, so like that's another company that's good about reacting is ProTech. Like when they first came out with their Magna Cut, it was garbage as well
I was
too.
really proud of them.
And they were like, "Oh, well, that's not good. We're going to go ahead and rerun all of our line and raise it." So I'm glad to see that. I just wish that they would offer more steels or better steels more consistently. Like they do a lot of 154, which I'm not a fan of.
Todd Carr, you're 100% right. That's one thing I've always said about Cold Steel is it seems like they get the absolute most out of everything that they use. They don't often use the best stuff, but you can guarantee if you buy a knife from them in Aus 10, it's going to be as good as Aus 10 can be. S35, there's other companies out there that, are right in line with them, but still, you're not going to get a subpar version of the cheaper steels from Cold. Cold Steel's 5110, that's really popular for making kitchen knives and stuff. You look at and that's a cheap stainless steel knife, but the Cold Steel's in it, they're right up there with 20 CV and lots of other steels out of China. It performs just as well. So you're right, Cold, and that's probably not that pat on the back probably doesn't belong to Cold Steel. It probably belongs to the knife market in Taiwan because.
And I will say this:
of a knife in Taiwan, man.
I would go out on a limb and say I'd probably take Cold Steel Aus 10 over Chinese M390
every day, 100%. Even if the cutting edge performance was slightly lower, which if it's lower, it's only going to be slightly lower. But that, you've got the trade off of they're both stainless. But Cold Steel's Aus 10 is going to be so much tougher than Chinese M390. Any M390. Yeah. But I heard him said he could fix things.
That does suck, Ed.
Oh, man. Yeah, that does suck.
Sometimes, and I know it's frustrating, but with a lot of these smaller guys, I know and Todd will appreciate this. Some people just forget, and you have to remind them. They'll get things, and you shouldn't have to remind somebody, but the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
You're 100% right. That's why Kyle keeps my books, to make sure I don't forget.
Yeah, I mean, it would be tough, especially on a warranty issue. I don't know how big they are, but I think it's pretty small.
I've got my first warranty issue on its way back to me. I had a scale pop off. Not proud of it, but I mean, I did everything right, and he told me, he even offered to fix it because he's a hobby knife maker, and I was like, I would really like to fix it myself if you don't care, and he told me, he's like, Shane, I told you I was going to use this knife, and I knew you didn't believe me. He's like, but I've thrashed this thing every week. It just abused it. He said, in all honesty, I was just doing it. That's what I meant, 4116, not 51. I apologize. Thank you, Craig. But he said, I've literally purposely abused it because I wanted to see what this 4V was all about. He's like, and the 4V, which I'll sharpen, is like, it's still just as sharp right now as it was when I got it. He said, and I've beat this thing through pine knots and cut down 8-inch oak trees, batoning it. And he was batoning when the handle popped off. So,
Ed, that is 100% correct.
True. That's such true.
A lot of the people who get into the makers and are very good at this are horrible at running businesses, but they're good at what they do. And the bad thing is they won't surround themselves with people who are good at business to make sure that they stay in business. And that's why you see a lot of people come and go.
You need the hard truth sometimes.
And the weirdest thing for me is there's a degree, you've got to be a salesperson. You've got to be engaging. And like when I went to the Rocket City Knife Show, some of my favorite makers that I buy their knives from, they're not engaging. If you walk by, you've kind of got to ask them something before you get any information. They just don't know how to hype anything that they're doing, or just say, hey, what's going on? Yeah, just to get somebody to stop and maybe look at your table.
Just greet them.
100% right.
Be courteous.
That's how I mentioned that to you guys when I was in Tennessee last year. I was selling knives to people who knew, who gave zero shits about what I talk about when I talk about knives. They didn't know me, and I had a really good sales weekend. But I gave that same speech to every motherfucker that walked up to my table. Whether I could see it just going in one ear and out the other, but I gave it over till I was sick of hearing myself say it.
That's an elevator pitch. You got to have that to get somebody to separate the lookers from people who might be interested, and then to capture the people who are interessted attention.
My favorite one, John, still though, was that young lady with the stair step children. They live on a homestead. And I'm sitting there spitting out, my pitch, and finally she just stops me. She's like, "Look, all I need to know is, would this be good at cutting up my chickens?"
I want to address one thing. Go when you're done, Shane. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. That knife would absolutely be perfect for cutting up chickens. So she bought it. She'd never paid that much money for a knife before.
So the one thing I want to address was Ed's first comment was about here, let me find it. I'll highlight it. No, the one right before. There we go. So the bad thing about being a small business is a lot of times you'll hear the bad, but you won't hear the good. And if there's one bad story that comes out, and I'm not taking sides here by any means, if there's one bad story that comes out, you'll hear that 10x more than you hear the good customer service story. Yeah. And that's a hard thing to live by. And that's kind of on the people, as far as like, if you have a good customer service or good experience with somebody, whether it's a maker, it's a service, whatever it is, shout that person out as much as you can, because that they need that credit just as much as the bad stuff. Because bad things will happen, but it's how they handle it. And if they make it right, great. If they don't, but that could be an isolated incident. He could have 98 customers come in and have great success rate, and then all of a sudden that one just doesn't work for some reason,
or whatever.
Yeah, he screwed up or whatever, and then that's what he gets labeled as, and that's not fair to the business.
We got taught when we used to do CSI in the car business, customer satisfaction indexes, that if you make somebody 100% satisfied, they might tell their family, they might tell a best friend. If you piss somebody off, they're going to tell everybody they fucking know.
Right.
So basically,
I'm glad you asked that, Richard. Had you wanted a knife and told me you wanted a knife to be super tough that you could beat the shit out of, and it wouldn't have been that knife. When I made that knife, it was for somebody else. You know the story. It's very high HRC M4, so it's not going to be super tough. And a good example of that is why you own it. It slung off the buffer, hit the concrete, and broke. That knife was made to hold an edge for a long time, as most of my knives are. Now, guys, I can make you a super tough knife, but I need to know that up front. So I wouldn't push it. I wouldn't pry pallet sport with it. I just say that.
No, but
it'll be a little tougher now because it's shorter than what it was. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't pry with that.
And I hope you don't realize I wasn't directing that towards you as a negative thing. It's just a matter of fact about small businesses that they need more credit than they do negativity, unless it's an ongoing scenario.
Yeah.
And there are a lot that are ongoing scenarios. We all know the stories of those that just got worse and worse and worse.
Right, for sure.
And it is weird how some people just draw that card. They're just that guy that had an issue that would have been easy to fix, and it all just falls apart and it doesn't happen. It's weird. Maybe it was the day that he opened and the mood he was in when he opened the email. I don't know. But it's weird how, somebody I just saw, I think it was Paul Mills, maybe he was talking about, he had a Craig Brown knife, or I think Transparent Knives bought it, had a problem with it. Craig fixed it, and now it's great. It's weird that, some people just get unlucky and get in that situation.
Cheeto, you're about to get a strongly worded letter.
Yeah. I'll be honest, Richard, I wouldn't. I've not tested 65 HRC M4 to see what it will hold up to batoning, so I can't give you a scientific answer. But it wasn't designed to baton. I'll just say that.
I don't think that based on the geometry that I don't think it's got enough meat.
Well,
behind
that
it to do
baton. If you're batoning, you really need a
You
saber
want some
grind.
wedge.
You need a saber grind to push that wood apart. I wouldn't use. Now, I mean, if you're talking about small, pine sticks to start a fire with, you should be fine. But I wouldn't. I'll just say that. I take my Shane knife to the knife shows and share it with it. Really, Cheeto?
That's why I said he's about to get a strongly worded letter. Because I know which knife he's talking about.
Oh, shit. It just hit me. Better not, Cheeto. I'd never forgive you. I forgot all about that. Cheeto owns. It's a toss up between Cheeto and Dopey. Well,
wait a minute. No, let me bring it out.
Okay, yeah, there's three. Cheeto, Dopey, and Kyle own three of the worst things I've ever made. That's enough. However, they are still usable cutting tools.
You got to start somewhere, brother.
That burnt relic one recently. Me and Kyle talking about it today. After giving it away, I realized, man, I probably shouldn't have even gave that away because I don't want it out there in the public. But, I was very adamant that all this is, it's a knife I ruined, but it's still a cutting tool. But, yeah.
Oh, God.
Just show it to the hard eyes guy. Thanks.
Good night, Kathleen. Thanks for sticking around so late.
I can't understand why you had it in your possession at a knife show to go with.
Shane, so that's the one you're talking about, right? This little guy.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a great cutter.
Yeah,
you look at the you look at that finger choil and some of the fit and finish, though it's not.
Oh yeah,
it's not good. But however, that knife was paid. That's actually, I think that's Aiden's original knife, the one he paid me for originally.
Yeah.
But at least I was humble enough to know I can't mail this out.
Yeah, I mean it took an edge. It's nasty still, but
yeah. And Kyle's like, trust me, when Burnt Relic gets it, he'll know what I'm talking about. You look at that knife up close. Yeah, I went back and cut that finger choil in to try to help it some. And if this is the knife blade, I actually cut the finger choil at an angle. It's not straight across. It's at a slight angle. So
still works.
Knife ruined, but it's aesthetically ruined. But
it's a giveaway. They can't complain if they complain. Oh well.
Functionally,
to set by your front door to rip open Amazon packages, man, that'd be perfect.
Yep.
I had it on me that way. But it makes me feel good that you love me enough to carry that thing around. To think about. God, I wish you wouldn't show it to anybody.
And Shane,
I hope you're showing it to them in comparison to something more recent. But
And Shane, if you ever get a couple and want to bring them up to Knives and More, they'd love to have a couple of your knives. I talked to John and Tate up there a couple of weeks ago. I think I told you that.
And I may have some mid June. If I go to Blade Show, I'm planning on bringing some thugs with me. And if they don't sell, that's okay. I'm not going to be upset at all because I know a lot of my buddies have already bought one. So if I have any left over, then we will absolutely do that.
Yeah, you can either come up here with me or you can send them to me and I'll go get them. I'll work the deal for you.
I've got several people waiting. That there's a shop in North Carolina that reached out to me again. He wants some inventory. So
that's a good problem to have.
It is. And like I said, I've got 3 or 4 knives I've got to get in people's hands before I think about anything past what I'm doing now.
Understandable. But that'll be, like Kyle said, in a few weeks, you'll have that behind you.
Right. Yeah.
We're working to get there.
Yeah.
It
I've
is.
got all your frets heat treated, John. I should be start grinding on them this week. I'd really like to have some frets at Blade Show. I was thinking about that, and nothing would make me happier than bringing those and you being able to sell them at Blade Show. That would be incredible.
That would be huge.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make that work, brother.
There's no making it work. All you got to do,
Just get in the car with him.
he's offered. All you got to do is get in the car.
Who's that?
Ryan's already said he'll come get you. All you got to do is get in the car and ride with us, dude. That's all you got to do. It's not hard.
We'll talk about that.
You might have to sleep on the sofa if you're man enough to just.
Dude, I've got my hammock. You know how I go.
Yeah, if you don't mind sharing a bed with me, no homo. Well, that's fine too.
Dude, every time I've gone to Blade Show, I've slept in my hammock.
I've slept dick to ass with more men than I care to count. It don't bother me.
Javon could fit in the space where Shane's ass is supposed to be in the bed.
That's a very good.
I'm a hot sleeper though. Tippy even
good
bails on me about halfway through the night.
Yeah, dude, you just you have no excuse not to be there. I'll just say that. That's my plan. All I want to get ready for Blade Show are those 5 Crewwear thugs and the 5 Magna Cut frets. If I can get those done, I'll be tickled to death. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to do like 2 thugs and 2 frets, 2 more thugs. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I go up and all I've got is 2 of each. I just think the experience of having something that's yours, something that you designed at Blade Show, and like I said, even if nobody buys it, just letting people handle it and look at it. And see
that'd be huge.
See that Javon did something that all the other YouTubers said wasn't possible. Regardless of the scale, they never mentioned the scale.
No, and it's not. And Greg Medford basically made a good point. I thought, even though it might not be realistic for somebody to change pace, but do less and do it right.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
You see Paul's question?
Who?
He said, Shane, I really want to make a regular size thug out of that 125V. Didn't have a little for a reblade left over since it's so damn hard to get.
Absolutely, Paul. I mean, it's yours still, every inch of it. Absolutely. You tell me. And after getting it in hand, I think it's the right decision because I think it's going to make a really cool thug because it's so thin. I don't know. Like, as soon as I looked at it, I was like, man, I don't know if Paul's going to appreciate how thin this is on a Rosie XL style knife.
Plus, I think
that's the better bet.
A Rosie XL, I think, would look a little bit better if it was closer to a 2-inch thick or 2-inch tall stock.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, absolutely, we can do that. And luckily, we hadn't cut it yet, so I'm glad you've had a few days to think about it. Yeah, thug's entirely possible.
Where do you get that from, Niagara, or do you have a intermediary?
I got that from Alpha, and what was funny was when I went back on the site 10 minutes after, there was I literally bought the only piece they had.
Yeah, I've not seen it in stock in like a year there.
And I check at least, it's probably not often enough. I check all the time just to see if they have some Rex 121 because it's on the site, but they never have it.
Right.
And it doesn't matter how broke I am when I see it, I'm going to buy a piece. But yeah, and and I still don't know the protocol on that. I may have to send that to Brian for heat treatment. I might not even. It's possible that I can't do it, but there's nothing wrong with Brian doing it either. That's a plus actually.
I check Alpha probably once a week at least, and I've not seen it on there in over a year. So it was when you said because Paul mentioned it in the chat one day. I'm like, yeah, if you can find it, because it's almost impossible to get. And then the next day, you're like, look what I got. And I was like, what? You found it at Alpha? I'm like, they never have it.
They had another piece that was 2 1,000ths thinner. It was 0.86. I got the 0.0. I can show it to you if you want to see it, Paul. just to hype up your excitement.
So does somewhere like that get it from Niagara in just smaller pieces that people
I'll be
can?
honest, it would probably be easier to get it from Niagara. Their UI on their website is horrid. Like, the only way I will ever buy anything from Niagara is if they make it possible for me to call, tell them what I want, bill me, and send it to them.
And feel good about knowing what you're getting.
No, it's just because the website, it's just a pain in the ass.
John,
It requires a membership, so like you have to create an account, and it's one of those deals where you create the account, you use the password, you put in your password, and it says, this password is no good, so you create another one, then it's like, this account already exists. It's just one thing after another. I fucking hate it.
Oh, what a nightmare. He needs to call me.
Shane, Javon, more than likely what happened was that was probably part of a small leftover batch of somebody's, and they just were selling it off.
Kind of repurposing what they didn't use.
Very well could be.
That's it. That's the only stick of S125V remotely thick enough to make a knife out of I could find in months.
And the crazy thing about that, I know a lot of the people who would use that, they would buy it in more bigger, bulk. They'd buy it in a sheet or buy it and have it cut or have it,
Oh, I'd have loved to have got this in a 3-foot bar.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But a lot of times people will buy it in bigger bulk. Like if a knife maker would say, I'm going to buy a sheet of S125 versus, trying to get sticks, right? So if they don't use it all, more than likely, it's probably was they said, hey, it might have been even guys at Alpha knows them like, hey, I got this left over. I'm not going to use it. Would you sell it? And they probably would do it that way versus Alpha's not going to just go buy 4 or 5 sticks of that from Niagara and be like, here, I'm going to put it on the site.
And then put it on the site. Right.
Right.
Yeah. Like if I go to Alpha and look for crew wear, they'll typically have it in, 1.5 long, or 1.5 tall, 11 inches long, and they might have like 2 thicknesses of it. When you go to Niagara, there's just dozens and dozens of options for the thickness, the height, the length. There's so many more options because they are kind of the main source, and it is cheaper at Niagara. However, I'm not capable of purchasing anything. Now, I have been told, yes, you can call them and just pay for it over the phone. I can't use their website.
Todd, S60 and S90 were both renamed back in like the 90s. S60 is 420 VN and S90 is 440 VN. So that steel's been out for a long time. S60 is, it's a good steel, but it's not anything revolutionary. It's not new, but people aren't as familiar with the name, so they think it's like.
The only way I would buy S60 is if it would have to just be significantly cheaper than S90.
It's not.
I just don't understand why. I mean, I'm assuming, I don't know this, but I'm assuming that S60 is going to be tougher than S90. So maybe, if toughness is an issue, but I still think there's something better you could pick.
I know this is going to sound really.
Again, MagnaCut would probably fill that role.
I know this is going to sound stupid as far and dumb down too much, but S60 is kind of the middle ground between S45 and S90. Right. And not just because of the numbers, but that's just kind of the pathway.
Right. Yeah, and Paul, Steve Clary may really like S60. It may have properties that makes his chef's knives, still good and flexible. It may be a great kitchen knife still. I don't know. I know people say what you want about Steve, but everything he does is, when it comes to knife making, it's kind of calculated. So there's a reason why he wanted to use S60, and if he can continue to use it, there's a reason why. I can get A1 Cheeto. I don't know
why.
I don't know why. My kitchen knife from Steve, I think, is W1 or W2 something. I don't know. But dude, let me tell you, I'm almost embarrassed to show. I've tried so hard to keep that knife looking good. It's just not possible, dude. That
And
thing is
just patina
so
like crazy.
Oh, Shane, he's talking about
so
A1, the
nasty
steak
right
sauce.
now, man. Huh?
He's talking about A1, the sauce, steak sauce.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've got A1 steak sauce.
Well, S60, you can, again, custom heat treat, you can get pretty nasty as well, too. Same thing with S90, but it's like,
That's exactly my point, Todd. Todd said it for me. I don't understand why you would buy any high carbon steel when none of them are as tough as AEBL or Nitro V, and they're not even. And don't get me wrong, Nitro V is not a super high edge retention steel, but it's so much better than all those other options, and it's tougher, and it's corrosion resistance.
But
there's
one
a
thing
reason why that family of 14C, AEBL, and Nitro V are so popular, because they kind of made everything else below them obsolete. There's no reason to use
and stuff above them, technically. I mean,
stuff above.
It's a budget price steel, but it is a mid-tier category steel.
Right.
And what I talk about a lot of times, what people don't take into account for 14C and AEBL Nitro V, is it's not just the edge retention, but it's the how easy is it to tune up.
Right.
It drops back and hones back so freaking easy. You don't have to reprofile it very often.
Right.
And a lot of steels aren't like that. So if you spent 30 seconds on a freaking strop or on a stone, you have your edge hair popping sharp again and you're back right at it. That's not going to be the case with a lot of these super steels, right?
Right.
So how long is that edge truly lasting?
Yeah.
I mean,
Good point. I mean, if you're stropping it back, you're not wearing it out nearly as fast, are you?
Right.
Well,
You're 100% right.
yeah, I mean, you're not having to go back to the stone to sharpen it. You're actually just literally hitting it a couple passes and boom, it's right back. Unless you obviously chip it or something silly with it. But like, that's hard to do. And I think that the edge retention on something like that is undervalued because of people think it's a budget steel.
Todd Carr, it's funny you bring that up, because I have researched that in depth, and I can't get a conclusive answer. Like some of the charts I look at, especially when they just use numbers, like its toughness is a 10. But I've seen charts where it says that Nitro V, AEBL, 14C are tougher than 5160. The problem is the chart I found that I felt like would provide more information actually told the square footage of side load pressure before it broke, but it didn't include 5160. So I don't know. That may be true, but I just can't find definitive information,
Conclusive proof.
to prove that either way. No doubt 5160 is tough. There's no doubt about that. But it's kind of like 15N20. Guys will tell you that it's tougher than 5160. Well, find a chart with 15N20 on it. It's just not on the charts. People haven't. I'm sure people have tested it, but they haven't tested it in the modern days where they were recording their results.
And it's not often used solely by itself. It's a lot of times it's used as a core, or as a part of a Damascus.
Right. Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah, and there's another point, Todd. What is the definition of those two words? From one tester to the next. Some people have different ideas of what strength and toughness is. And like I said, when it tells you, the chart I found that tells you the square, the toughness is measured in pounds per square foot. I'm assuming that's side load, but I'm not positive.
I've always thought toughness
I don't know
was
what the test procedure is.
I thought toughness was your impact rating, your impact toughness, versus side load is more of your strength.
Could be, but and maybe that's my fault that I haven't researched that enough. But I'm not familiar. I'll just say that I haven't educated myself enough on that.
There's a lot to learn, and like you said, it's hard to find a single source to get that information, that everybody can go to. And unless you want to go to Blade HQ. And know
Yeah,
you're
that's the most
consistently
generic.
wrong.
Just thing in mind about Blade HQ's charts is those charts are just by what that steel should be capable of. There's no testing that went into any of that. That's theoretically what this steel should be capable of.
Right.
It's also just a simplified, dumbed down version for people to be able to read and look at and say, okay, here's this blob in this direction. It should be okay for this. And it's a good starting point for someone who doesn't understand any of the nuance or the details but it's a great starting point, but it's not like factual end all be all.
But on that same matter, you can take that rat, Ontario rat 2 and D2 that Gerald tested that just fucking outcut everything. Like it was blowing Spyderco's steels out of the water. It just fucking outcut everything. But he never got another one that would do it. Anyway, that tells you right there that there are huge variances. And it is possible that you bought a good knife with good steel and you happen to get the one that was in that far left back corner that doesn't quite get the heat that the rest, you know what I mean? You just never know. So, and like I always say, all that matters is if the end user is happy with what they have.
Cheeto, tell me you could spell encyclopedia without using spell check, and then I'll believe you.
Impact from what I understand.
That sounds right. I know I was reading that for the third time in my new Nice Steel book.
That's kind of what I was thinking, Todd, as far as like the impact is the toughness, and then the pressure or the side load potentially, and or how much.
The reason I bought this knife right here, guys, I showed it a few times. I'll never get rid of it. I'll always own this thing. The reason I bought this Cold Steel, though, is there's a video on Cold Steel's YouTube channel of them putting this in a vise, putting what looks to be at least a 3, maybe a 4 foot long pipe on the handle, and bending this knife to 90 degrees. Like legit bent it into a 90-degree L and then letting it up. And when they were done, it looked exactly like this. I'm sure the edge retention on this thing is fucking garbage.
but it's not designed. It's designed to be a thruster.
Right. You can't break it. They tried. Now,
look at Cheeto trying to spell.
How hard would it be to chip the edge? I don't know. But I was so impressed that they bent this thing in half and it sprung right back to its original shape with no warp. And then when I found out at the time when I bought this, it was $28. I think they're about 35 now. They're still on Midway USA. But I still think everybody should. And this is China. Here I am. This is a Chinese-made knife. I think everybody should have one.
But it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. I used to keep it in the door panel of my truck. I've got something a little better than that now. I still keep my Cold Steel Tomahawk beside the seat of my truck. And I know the odds of me needing that shit, I'll probably die and it'll never be touched. That's fine. I have fun with it. I like to think about
it's there.
When the fucking zombie apocalypse happens.
Poor Cheeto typing worse than patina tonight.
I've heard that, Craig. I've never tried to throw it. I've heard it throws really well, though. I don't know if you noticed, I didn't like the handguard on the back. This knife comes with this same piece back here. I didn't like that at all because I couldn't lay my thumb on the blade.
So you ground it off?
I just ground it off and colored it with some Sharpie. You can see the color difference. That's literally just a Sharpie. But yeah, I cut it off. And I do wish the finger troll was more rounded because it's not very ergonomic to put your finger in that square cutout. But how much fine work have I done with this knife? Zero. How much to do? Zero.
Isn't a Sharpie like the Alabama DLC?
Absolutely it is.
Look that up in the Urban Dictionary.
Damn, Craig. Craig got a deal, dude. He got his for $23. I thought I got a steal at $28. I think they're like $33, $35, $38 now. Something. It's worth every penny. And I hate to get on this bandwagon, but guys, this is what the Chinese knife market is good for. This is what it was made for. We turned it into something it was never meant to be. But I 100% support this because this is priced correctly. This is what they should be doing.
There you go, Shane. She just got a question for you.
I'd have to look at the Warcraft Tonto. Cheeto's fuck with me because he knows I haven't.
I think it's a recurve Tonto.
Yeah, he knows I haven't quite perfected the Tonto yet. Fuck you on a recurve.
Have y'all seen this yet? I was just at Midway. I was looking for that knife. Have you seen the Full Metal Atlas?
Is that the really, really thin knife?
It's 250 fucking bucks.
The FM1. Marty's got one of those, I believe.
Well, that's not an FM1. That's an Atlas. I don't know what
That's an FM1.
Oh, FM1. Okay.
Full Metal Atlas.
Somebody told me that thing's thinner than the Benchmade. Narrows.
It looks very thin. It's got that axis lock, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, going down to the specs, what's the blade steel? And where's it made? Oh, it's just S35VN? But at that end, it should still cut.
Made in Taiwan.
Well, I could handle that. I mean, how many knives has Spyderco sold out of Taiwan for $600 a piece?
Let me tell you something. Taichung, Taiwan are my favorite Spydercos.
7 swedges.
What's the name of that knife, Shane, that you were just showing, that Chinese knife?
It's the Cold Steel Recon Tanto. GI Tanto. The Cold Steel GI Tanto.
Steel.
And I 100% would not have an issue with strapping this to my kit back when I was in the military. I would 100% use this knife. Could I make something better? Absolutely. Could I make something 10 times shittier for this amount of money? Probably. I don't understand how you even make all this for $28.
The good old
it's
intestinal.
$27.99. Look at that bad boy.
Yeah. Yeah. Ain't nothing fancy about it. But I think it's 10. It's not even 1075. I think it's like 1045.
The steel?
Yeah.
See, let me go back.
But that's why it's so tough. It's just a piece of spring steel. But I mean, it's right now. It'll shave hair.
1055.
1055. It'll definitely take an edge. I think it even says right there that it's spring steel, doesn't it? Maybe I read it wrong. I mean, this thing is razor sharp right now. It didn't come that way, but you know, I don't know. I'm sure the first time I use it, it'll dull. But
I'm beginning to
probably sharpen this thing with the dirt on the sole of your boot.
I'm beginning to think Craig Vincent is Lynn Thompson's bastard kid. He knows so much about cold steels.
Yeah. It's funny how we're all kind of bonded for eternity, like Matt Faction was talking about. That night we all lived like kings, ordering everything cold steel ever made for $8 a knife. That was so much fun. And the thing is, we all knew we weren't going to get them, but deep down inside, we really hoped we were.
we were wishing.
Yeah.
I ordered 13 and I didn't like any of them.
Yeah, I could make that eventually. You know, all I've been doing on Tantos, when I get a piece of steel, even if it's only 3 inches long, it's not good for anything, I try to do that Tanto transition on it. And I'm getting there. I mean, I know right now I could make a Tanto knife that works and would look decent, but if you got to measuring, would it be exact? Yeah.
If your work rest were able to fold at 45 and make it a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, but for those who saw that picture, my work rest is literally.
I understand. I'm just saying.
4 pieces of wood screwed together, and it was. But what was impressive was watching Meathead build it. He did make sure it was level. There are shims. There's shims of really pieces of wood underneath that top piece to make sure that top 2x4 was perfectly level. So I can set my marble on it. But,
have them make you one at 45 that slopes towards you, so then when you put the work rest on it, it's a 45.
Yeah, I really just need to make something metal because the work table right below my work rest to the right, the plywood's already bubbled where I keep it so wet. It's not going to last forever.
I got a solution for that.
What?
Mare braid.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But that's
down
down the line.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's gotta.
There's so many other pieces of equipment that would help me more than the grinder right now too. Like, I really want a good blast cabinet because what few knives I've done that media blast on, I really like the way they look. I like to have that. I really need a better bandsaw. I really need a better drill press. But you know, for
You
now,
work into that.
yeah, for now I'm using what I've got and making it work.
Need to start stalking Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist to see if you can find, or like with John, talk to them, see if you find an old cabinet shop that's parting out some of their stuff. You can get good deals on some of the really good equipment.
Yeah. The bad thing is I know I could spend $400 or $500 if I could get Meathead in the shop with me one weekend, just nailed down to nothing. We could build a grinder in a day. I know we can.
Yeah.
We've fabricated much harder things to do than that. It's legit just one piece of steel. I mean, when you look at them, it's just one piece of like 3/8 inch steel that everything just bolts to the sides of it. So the template's on the internet.
Yeah.
You get the template, cut it out, drill the holes where they need it. You can make your own. I mean, you still have to buy.
Yeah, your VFD though.
And stuff like that. Yeah, but
You can get what you want.
Yeah.
I think honestly that would make the biggest difference for you, Shane, is getting something with a good motor and a VFD.
Yeah. Yeah. See, that's the problem with that Harbor Freight grinder I had. It was variable speed, but that's what kept burning up on me. Yeah, you slow it down, it'll fucking light itself on fire.
Well, because it's like a 16th of a horsepower to start with.
Right. I have noticed a huge difference. My new grinder does it. It never bogs. It doesn't seem like it's quite as fast. It seems like the RPMs are a little lower.
That's good though.
But the torque is there. It's like, all right, yeah. The best one I saw, a guy made his out of a treadmill. He used the treadmill motor, and he still had the whole treadmill control board hanging on the wall, for like, changing his speed by tapping the buttons.
Dude, I've got a used one sitting in my garage. If it wasn't so expensive to ship, I would ship you the motor.
Yeah. Oh, dude, you can get treadmills for free around here.
Okay.
Yeah, people just
Alabama ain't using them. They buy them, but they ain't using them.
Well,
they
screw
buy
me
them by
then.
February or March. You can find them for next to nothing.
Yeah, and then once they sit there until the boxes build up on the actual treadmill part and all the clothes they don't wear hanging on the handle, they'll just give it to you at that point.
I need to get rid of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with skateboard wheels for either pulleys. Anything you're going to contact, it needs to be rubber coated.
Yeah, I've put my life on skateboard wheels several times.
Carl, that drill press probably doesn't have bearings. It's probably not proper shims. That thing, it does what I need to do for now.
Sounds like a screaming banshee.
Yeah, that's just Harbor Freight's. That's the cheapest drill press you can buy out of China.
There's a guy.
I'll say this: it's a better piece of equipment than that bandsaw.
Yeah.
Like everything in that bandsaw that's supposed to hold that blade in place is all like hard pieces of plastic. And if you push just a little pressure on that blade, it just starts breaking the plastic pieces. The blade that bandsaw is horrible.
Just jump.
I had to pick right now. If somebody gave me some money to Shane, buy yourself a piece of equipment. It would be, no doubt, it would be that Swag Off-Road bandsaw table. And it's only $180. I've got the bandsaw. I just haven't. That's not true. I can't say I haven't been able to do it today. I haven't bought it when I should have, though.
You'll have time, buddy.
You would think with a nice shop like that, Meathead would have better tools.
I know, man. I try to talk him into buying better shit.
That's why I give him shit every time he's on your live. I tell him that.
Yeah. But, I mean, Meathead walks in there and turns that shit on for 2 minutes, drills one hole, and walks out.
Right, exactly.
That's all he needs.
Yeah. He's also using it with wood typically too.
It does scare the shit out of me though when I come in and I see that there's a different belt on my grinder. I'm like, oh my God, what did he do? Because Meathead is rough on some equipment, man.
Been there doing his fingernails and pedicure.
Yeah. The only reason I own a strong arm is because Joe. Yeah, exactly, Gray Vincent. I still want a strong arm. And, you know, I could make that knife easily, but I've always been impressed with the strong arm. And the first one I ever experienced, the guy handed it to me. That was the sharpest fixed blade I'd ever touched. I didn't think to ask him if he had sharpened it. I can't imagine Gerber sent it out like that, man. That thing was that was the crispiest, sharpest edge I've ever witnessed on a fixed blade. And again, he couldn't break it because it was 440. And 440 is right up there. 440 is actually a little below Nitro V and AEBL, but it's up there.
Y'all talking about this guy right here, right?
Joe X.
No, this knife. The strong arm is Gerber.
Yeah.
So that dude's just drama queen.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people found out because it's 440, but they tried to make the toughest knife possible. I think they picked a good steel. 420. Sorry.
420
HC.
HC. Did they have it done by Boss on their old BS protocol like Buck was doing?
I'm not sure.
Speaking of weird little fixed blades, did you see that the dagger I did for Bob DeMarco?
I don't think you ever showed it to me.
Oh, he did a video on it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
On DeMarco's channel, let me find it.
It was a Sabibi.
I don't play it. That's the whole point is for it to get views.
I'm just gonna share it.
Show it to us, yeah. Just don't play it.
It was a Sabibi dagger, but they only sharpened one side of it.
Right.
So I ended up making a dual edge for him.
Yeah, he loves a double edged knife. That's his favorite thing in the world. He'd make a damn.
What's this podcast called?
Knife Monkey.
Thank you.
What's funny, I had someone reach out. I mean, not randomly. I mean, he's part of the community. I don't want to say his name because I don't know if he wanted me to or not. But he reached out and was like, "Hey, I saw that. I've got one of those. Would you be interested in doing another one?" I said, "Yeah, I would, but I'm not sure if it's worthwhile if you'd be willing to pay the price because that takes a lot to cut in a whole new bevel on something that wasn't ground that way." So, I mean, it's doable, but
right. But if it's a budget knife, you're right. Is it worth it?
Yeah,
it's 100% worth it if that's what you want.
Right, and that's what I told him. I said, if
that's what you want, then you can just write it off to, well, I saved the money on the knife, so
right,
it was worth having the double edge put on it.
Right. Is it sentimental? What is it valued to you at? I mean, if you think it's worth, well over $100, then yeah, it's worthwhile doing it. But if you don't, then I wouldn't do it.
Right.
But
I think that's the right video.
Understanding.
It's no different than buying a cheaper car and bolting a turbo on it. The turbo costs as much as the car. Well, if that's what you want and you're happy with it, absolutely, it's worth it.
We call that ghetto fabulous. $5 a tank of gas rolling around the bins.
Oh, I ran the commercial department at AutoZone for a while. I was very successful at it. And I had this kid come in, and he kept coming in buying hoses and like these little plastic vacuum 90s and T's and all this shit. Just a bunch of random stuff. And finally, when he got done with what he was doing, he brought it by. He had a Chevy Cavalier with 2.2 liter in it. And somewhere he had acquired a bottle of nitrous.
Oh my God.
He literally drilled a hole in the top of the air inlet duct right above the throttle body. And had a hose just sticking out the bottom of it, glued it, sealed it up, had the bottle between the seats, and just had all he had was the knob. Like he would just crack it open at wide open.
No on off. Just
yeah, and just let that Cavalier eat, son.
how long before he blew a rod?
About 3 days.
Yeah.
And when he came back in and told me about it, he was like, it was worth every penny.
Oh, I bet. Just the thrill.
That thing probably had, the nitrous bottle just cranked wide open. It probably had 300 horsepower. That was a lot back then.
Yeah, because that thing probably was only like 80 or 90 horsepower stock.
Yeah, Mustang GTs didn't have that back then. I begged him to go home and take one of the spark plugs out and bring it to me, but he never did it. I bet that was the cleanest looking spark plug he's ever seen in your life. If you've ever taken spark plugs out of a nitrous engine, it don't matter how old they are, they look brand fucking.
Just because they're cooked off clean.
Yeah. Just that nitrous just bleaches them, cleans them. Yeah.
Yeah, but that 2.2 wasn't built for that. It was going to just shoot a rod right through the fucking bottom of it.
Yeah, there were garbage engines without a bottle of nitrous.
Right.
Yeah.
Put that extra pressure on them and wait for it to blow.
Yeah. He had bought stuff trying to figure out a way to just make it spurt, but finally he just gave up. He'd be running down the road about 50 mile an hour, just start turning that valve and nail it.
That's funny.
I love shit like that, though, man.
I'm surprised he didn't.
When the don'ts came out, I don't know if they're still doing that, but people would take, Grand Marquis and put a lift kit on it, 28-inch wheels, and everybody was just dogging them and talking about stupid. I get it. I'm not going to drive one, but I'm tickled to death that guy took an $800 car and turned it into something that he's proud of.
You know what those are good for?
I'm sure they're good for beating the ball joints out of your front end, but
no, they were good for driving out of the flood during Katrina.
Yeah, I'm all about these kids with the damn sagging ass pickup. Stupid idea. Eats up boys the transfer case. However, if it makes them happy and it sets them apart and makes them feel whatever.
Shane, you know who Lucy Blair is, right?
I'm not sure.
YouTuber that does all those big trucks. I don't know what they're called, but what's when they do the monster lifts on the trucks and then also stance them out super wide.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where it's like barely fitting a lane wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got like 3 of those around here that are just obnoxious and that are, it looks like a 1.5 foot lift, right? And massive.
It's actually great for the automotive industry. They sell
massive wheels, but these are also like, they're stupid. They're rolling like neons underneath of them and rolling coal and just being just.
To you.
No, it's obnoxious.
But they like it. That's all.
Right. It's good for them, but it's obnoxious.
Right. Oh yeah, you're right. It's obnoxious.
But it also
that little junior thing came around and everybody was bolting a wing on the back of their Honda Civic and putting stainless steel shifter.
I was going to say, hearing a blow off valve on a Civic is just as annoying to me.
When I was in high school, everybody was buying the old Broncos or the Jeeps and putting 38s on them and lift kits.
Yeah.
And my buddy had a Toyota pickup truck and he had like 36s on it. And we used to ride out the old airport where Joe Davis Stadium is now. It used to be just dirt mounds. And we rolled it about 8 times and nobody got killed. There were 3 of us in it.
Dude, those old cars were built so well. My buddy had in high school, it was an old car, obviously then, but he had like what was it, 1970 something? What the hell was it? It was the, I can see it had that huge long back trunk. It was a Chevy.
Like an LTD? No, that's not Chevy.
No, this was a 4-door. It was a 4-door, but it had that real long slope, big back trunk. I can't.
Priest.
Might have been. I don't know. But anyways, this thing was a tank, right? And like you drive it and like do the whole turn like 180 and you're barely moving and he got hit by some dude doing like 60. It barely dented his car and it totaled this other car. I mean, they were literally built like freaking tanks. No, it wasn't an Impala. but
It's
it
probably
was
a Caprice. Let me pull it up and show it to you.
That sounds like a Caprice, the kind of the rounded body style one that had the sloped trunk.
I'd like an old
You would say Monte Carlo. Shut up, dude.
I'd like an
They
old
didn't make a four-door Monte Carlo, and you of all people should by God know it.
dude. Okay, so when I was born, my dad had my mom was pregnant with me. My dad had a used like 71 or 70 Monte Carlo that
That's what I was thinking, Kyle.
had to push out. No, this was an way older body style than this. This was in the 70s.
Oh.
But it had those push seats where it was like swivel, like out.
Yeah.
So it was great because then you could push it and then there, One Moon had it nailed. Delta 88.
Delta 88.
There you go. Oh, that's a Caprice.
Yeah, look up 70s Delta 88.
Here's a 78.
Yep.
But don't leave those up there long. Cheeto will be masturbating here in a minute.
Yep. That was exactly it. It was exactly the color too. Like that light blue.
Ranchero.
Wow.
Oh my God, the Ford Ranchero.
Cheeto, are you talking about eggs? Or are you talking about?
There's no doubt in my mind that somebody at GM, their job was, hey guys, we need somebody to design something that's just going to set the Latino market on fire because they put so many of them, dude. Yeah.
One Moon, you had one of those. That thing was an absolute freaking tank.
Yeah.
Here's what I drove when I was 16.
But I love that guy.
This is what my parents put me in.
There you go.
Blue Malibu Classic 76 wagon, baby. I fucking jumped a curb and hit a telephone pole right between these two doors, and it just took the paint off. And that thing was so solid.
You're right. The festival was an insult. That was the most racist shit ever. Right, that they even named that the festival.
Yeah, that was a little pointed, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a little piece of shit. The Festiva. Yeah.
If I can find, I'll try to find a picture, show you my first car I ever.
Yeah, you tell me if I'm wrong, but I remember somebody telling me a long time ago that the Chevy Nova, that was a poor naming decision because in Spanish, Nova meant doesn't run or doesn't move or something. But I don't know if that's true.
Isn't that a really fast one from the old days?
They made some Nova SSs that were really fast, yeah. But
Yeah.
the purpose of the Nova was just to be an affordable family car. I mean, they made them 6-cylinder, 4-door. But yeah, I actually like. People are going to hate me for this, but outside of the value and resale, I would rather have a Super Sport Nova than I would a Chevelle. I just think the car looks better. It was slightly smaller, lighter, faster. My buddy has a nasty Nova drag car. Yeah,
that was my first car, but it started off red, and then
I remember those.
Then it ended up turning into a lowrider.
Did you make it a lowrider?
Yeah.
There you go.
So that started off red. I remember because it was my dad's car. He bought it brand new, and then he'd have given it to me when I turned 16.
What engine did that have in it? Do you remember?
The 3.8. That was
my God.
That was a phenomenal engine.
It was a phenomenal engine. Actually, quicker than people think they were.
That was a 3.8 second.
You could put 500,000 miles on one.
That was a 3.8 second generation.
Yeah.
And it was quick, but so I mean it was decked out. It had the leather and all this stuff, right? Well, I ended up taking it and got a bowling ball paint job that faded from green to gold on the bottom.
I bet you did. What?
And then I had 104 spoke all gold Daytons on it, riding on Whitewall Vogues.
That's cultural appropriation, Kyle.
That's hilarious, dude.
You know his Dayton's back.
And then, hey, I'm from here. I'm allowed to have Dayton's. Kiss
Yeah.
my ass. And then I used to do car audio competitions out of it because I was in a car club at the time as well too.
Yeah.
So you're
But-
rattling your windows?
Oh God! But the funny part about that whole entire car was, Shane, I got it when I was 16. I did all that stuff by the time I was like 17, right?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know. I was young and we weren't like the type to work on our cars, so like I didn't know shit about it. Well, I had always had an audio system in there, so I was always, bumping around as I was going. But one day I was driving, and all of a sudden I'm in the middle of an intersection. My car just fucking acts like it hits a brick wall and stops, just right in the middle of the intersection. Like, what the fuck's going on? Car shuts off. I call to get a tow truck, whatever. Come to find out, no one ever told me I needed to change the oil.
Yeah, that happened.
I've been driving it for over a year. Didn't ever change the oil. Never heard it knocking because my freaking radio was on,
Right.
and I shot a rod through it.
Oh, damn, dude.
That's an unfair end to a great engine.
Oh, we ended up getting a rebuilt engine. We found a rebuilt 3800 with actually less miles than was on that car.
Yeah.
And then I drove it for another year before I got into my first Camaro.
My very first car I bought from my girlfriend's dad, or my very first truck I bought from my girlfriend's dad. And then after I bought it, he informed me that I was not allowed to take her out in it because he didn't feel like it was safe enough. And I was like,
Would you
"It's
sold
safe
me a
enough
truck?
for- Yeah, you sold it to me, and was okay with me driving it around, but she can't ride in it with me. So I would legit. A buddy of mine, like, it was a '57 Chevrolet Stepside, nice truck, and I would literally have to trade with my buddy Dale because he had a '71, and on weekends we would swap keys so that I could take her out because he trusted that truck, but he didn't trust the one he sold me, which I don't blame him in all honesty.
You're talking about your baby.
Yeah, there's no telling what that truck's worth now, but I damn near gave it away.
Yeah, he's trying to kill you.
That's
Oh,
funny,
he
Craig.
wanted to kill me. That's the guy. You guys remember me telling you the story about my girlfriend's dad walking in on us? That was him. So,
Ooh.
yeah. That was after the truck deal, so I kind of owed him.
Or you were paying him back when he walked in?
Yeah. Yeah.
I bought my first new car at 22, and I hadn't bought a secondary since. But if I had to do it again, probably would. But if I wasn't leasing, but I went through quite a few used cars in that time frame though.
I went to a lot of cars because all I could afford was junk.
I just like different things. So I'd always like figure out some trade up and I was always, imagine this, I was always modifying stuff. So I was always like,
The first car I had as a teenager, I graduated high school with it, and it was actually a really good car. And I did take care of it. I changed the oil and stuff in it. But was a Ford EXP. Do y'all remember the EXP?
Yeah.
It was a version of the Escort, but it was a little two-door coupe. It didn't even have a back seat.
Oh, never mind. I was thinking of different initial. I was thinking
Pull
the
it
S8.
up, John. Pull up like a 85, or just type in Ford EXP.
I was thinking you were talking about the SHO. I was thinking the initials. I said those are pretty cool.
Yeah.
Those are quick for back in the day.
Yeah. The EXP.
Oh, yeah, I remember this little guy.
Yeah, it was an Escort chassis, but it had a slightly cooler looking body for the time.
Yeah, it had like cool headlights.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all I had. Mine was a different color red, though. It was like a bright fire engine red.
Like that color, maybe?
Had a little spoiler on the back of it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I graduated high school with.
That's a cool little car, though.
You could just drive it. I mean, like, you could just drive it forever. It got such good gas mileage, especially compared to cars of its day.
It almost looks like a AMC.
Yeah.
I think the best like value car I had was the second one that my mom downloaded to me, which was an 82 Honda Accord. I put like 160,000 miles on that before I traded it.
I like the
And it-
old Honda Preludes. They look
Yeah,
like
those are sweet.
The
they look
SHs.
like that EXP. They had the the square headlights, but yeah,
Yep.
I like the old Preludes. I mean, the new Preludes were nice too, but I was
The
always
ones that didn't have the flip up lights though were the coolest, the early ones.
yeah,
I like the 95, 96 Prelude SHs, all-wheel drive ones.
yeah.
Those are nasty. Those things could
I'll tell you
handle
a funny story
crazy.
about that. When I was my first job after I left Vail, from playing guitar after I graduated college, I moved to Boulder and I took a job at a Honda dealership. And I worked there for like 2.5 years. It was my first sales job, my first real job. Well, in Boulder, it started in 91 through about 94. And it's every time it would snow in Boulder, it would be serious snow because we were right south of Wyoming. So what they'd have to do, we'd have everybody be at work and they'd bring these front end loaders out to the lot and we would literally slowly move the cars back to the back lot in the snow so they could plow this front lot and then we'd move all the cars back out. Well, we also had these, you know how when you've got a showroom that's got an elevated pad up around the showroom where you can drive cars up and sit them around the showroom?
Yeah.
They had a 4-wheel steer Honda Prelude white up there. And I had to back it off down because it was icy and back it down so they could clear all that off. And it was right by, where the sales tower is where they desk all the deals.
Yeah.
So it was right where all the managers' back was where that Prelude was. They were looking out the showroom and I'm backing that son of a bitch up and I grinded that motherfucker across the corner of the building. I mean, this was like the only one we had in stock, dude. I ripped the fucking front fender off of it. And they're sitting there just looking over their shoulder. And at the time, I'd only been there not even a year. It was brutal. I had no idea how lot damage was classified. I learned real quick.
Yeah.
But I just shredded it. Because once I got it stuck, something about the 4-wheel steering just made it weird, backing up.
Yeah. Yeah, you were just backing into the building.
It was a white Prelude 4SI or something. I forget. It was a car that we waited for, and we just gotten it in. It was the only one that we were going to have for a while, and I fucked it up.
I remember I sold cars for about 4 months during the wintertime between when I decided to turn pro, but I was going to wait for the spring. And
howdy, Andrew.
Up, Andrew.
What's going on, Andrew? And I was selling for Acura, and we had what's that?
Of course you were.
Why?
I mean, too good to sell Honda. You had to sell Acuras.
I did it for freaking 4 months.
Right.
Cheeto, shut up. I
knew it.
I hated it. I only sold like one car. But it was a fun time. But we actually had this was the time that they had the what do you call it? The Integra Type R's.
Yeah.
And we had a yellow Type R on the showroom floor. You had to get them allocated back then.
Fast and Furious right there, son.
Dude, those things were bangers. Those were awesome. And we had one on the showroom floor. And
What's great about those is you could drive them normal. And it's just like any other Honda. You could get 500,000 miles out. I own 2 Integras. One of them was a Type R. 2 of the best cars I ever owned.
Until you slam it into VTEC, baby. And then those things hauled, the Type R's. But we moved it out, and I got to, you'd be able to drive cars up and down, test them out and stuff. But one of the washroom guys, the tech guys from the back would wash the cars, decided one night he was going to take it out, and we had like a long street that we were on that was, there was a business down there, but they all closed like at normal hours. So like at nighttime, there was no one there. And he took it out and went flying down the side street, lost control, ended up fucking rolling it.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Totaled the fucking car. And like, you can't just get another allocation of those. I mean, those things this was like 2001, 2002. Yeah. Like, you can't get 2001 or no, 2000. You can't get just like another allocation. We were selling for over sticker back then. And it's like, just unheard of.
So how did the insurance handle that? Was it after hours?
Businesses don't use insurance.
No, that had to go on that kid's insurance.
Yeah, you don't ever use your business insurance.
Yeah, they forced the kid to use his insurance.
Quadruple next year if you use it for anything.
He was screwed. I mean, I don't think he could afford to insure a car after that for a while because he was only like 18 or 19.
Yeah, when I worked for that car dealer, one of our guys, we were moving cars. That was 90% of the job was moving cars from one location to another. We had a Shelby GT 500 in, and he sent it sideways into a power pole. I think he was probably in third gear, still doing a burnout, and it jumped sideways, went into a power pole. And they financed it to him. He had to pay for it.
Man, that was the most humanizing part of being a car salesman was the lot rodeos. I called them every week. You know, they had to go out there and they'd want it to look different, right? They'd want the lot to look different. So you have to move the van. I mean, it was just fucking mindless work.
Yeah. We had a laser. Our owner bought a laser.
So y'all can
on the front of the lot and shoot it across the front of the lot, and you had to pull those cars up till the bumper touched that laser.
Let me tell you something. There's a lot to be said for having a lot that looks straight.
There is.
You're going to sell more.
Yeah.
I mean, people can do that job, but I absolutely hated it. I only did it because I needed something to do for 4 months. And
I was the same way. I just had my kidney removed from cancer. I still had staples in my stomach when I went to work there. And I'm forever grateful for that job because I was in a bad place. And that same guy that owned that place, when I had my heart issues and tried to go back to work and couldn't, he paid me. He had me sit down at work and apply for my disability. And I did all that on the clock at work. And he came in there and looked, and when he saw how much disability was going to pay me, he paid me that exact amount for 2 years until it got approved.
Damn, dude, that's fucking.
I went into work. Just said, go home, take care of yourself. And for 2 years, that man paid me $2,000 a month to sit at home.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's huge.
He's also the man that bought my heat treat oven. Just handed me the cash to buy my heat treat oven. I'm still paying him back. I'll be paying him back for a year or so, but yeah, it's a good guy.
That's a very good guy, dude.
Yeah. The reason why I
was also a multi-millionaire at this point.
Yeah,
but when all they started, he wasn't. Like they started at nothing.
No, but there are a lot of multi-millionaires that wouldn't do anything for anybody.
Right.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You didn't have to do that. But the reason you said that, Shane, is like you said the reason why I worked there. But so I knew a guy that worked there, and the reason why I went there was because they did it differently than all the other places that were doing it. 'Cause at the time I was living in Columbus,
right?
And instead of doing solely commission with a draw, you got a monthly stipend, and then you got a percentage after that. So I worked there for 4 months. I think I sold literally maybe 3 cars tops. I hated it. I was horrible, but I just went there and hung out with people, and it was fun. And because I couldn't push bullshit on people if I knew it wasn't good. Like I'm just not gonna. It wasn't me. So, but I still got paid. I mean, I still was making a couple $100 a week, and not even selling anything. So I was like, it's something to do. Gives me some spendable money, and
you were hanging out with people, and you were still getting your draw or whatever they called it.
Yeah.
Well, no. So it wasn't like normally when you get a draw, it's like that's what you draw to the half of the month until you get to pay back out of your commissions. No, we got an actual paycheck, and then you got a percentage of your commissions going forward after that.
But that's when you start out. That's how you get. You start out with that. I don't think it stays that way, does it? If you just stayed for like a year.
It did for those guys.
Really?
Yeah. But your rate
was less.
No, your rate went up as you put in tenure. So like instead of getting say $250 a week, you would start to get $400 a week, and you would get better percentages the longer you were there.
What was funny is how I got that job. I had bought cars from my entire life. Always had really good luck out of them because he didn't spare any expense fixing them. He wanted them right.
What's up, Don?
I was taking my daughter back and forth to work at the time. Like I said, I still had staples in my stomach. I was driving her back and forth to work, and every day I'd pass by his new car lot. He had like 8 cars on it, And every day I'd be like, man, you should stop and talk to Mike. And I'd talk myself out of it. I'd go on home. Well, one morning I dropped her off, had the same thought, and then it hit me. There's no reason not to stop and talk to him. You got nothing to do, dude. You're laying in bed all day. So I stopped, went in and talked to him. We talked for about 30 minutes, about what I'd just been through. I showed him my staples and, the fact that my job had fired me because I was going to miss work for cancer surgery. And I remember he asked me, he's like, man, what are you going to do, Shane? And I was like, I don't know. I was thinking about just coming to work here. Just joking. And he was like, all right, be here tomorrow. It's just that easy. And then I told him, which is the worst job negotiation tactic in the world, I told him the least amount of money I could survive on. I was like, I need to make this amount of money just to survive. And he was like, absolutely not. He's like, I can't pay you that in good conscience. So, yeah. Probably one of the best
care you.
I've had.
That's huge, man. People like that make a difference in your life more than just a boss. I mean, because it
Oh,
gives you faith in humanity.
The only downside to that is he was literally like, and I was nearing 50 at the time, and he was still like a father figure to me. Like, I thought that much of him. And the only downside of that is when there is some friction and things go wrong, you take it very, very personally.
Right.
Yeah. It's not like just some asshole in HR wrote me up. No, you take it real. It's impossible not to take it personally. But we only had a couple of falling outs, and one of them 100% was not my fault, and I understood he was just really mad about the $15,000 he had just lost. But that one really hurt my feelings because there was nothing I could do. I wasn't even driving the car. A new guy we just hired was driving the car. I called 3 times. I was like, hey guys, we should have this towed. This car doesn't need to be driven. It's not going to make it. Something bad wrong with it. And they just kept texting me back, bring it, bring it, bring it. A couple miles later, F-350 turbo diesel flung apart on the side of the highway. And for some reason, they were mad at me. But anyway.
He was just venting.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, the people you feel closest to in times like that, you feel like you can snap on, even though it's not smart.
Right. Beanbop 69 at Hotmail.
Yeah.
Guys, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, man. I've had like 2 hours sleep. I really got.
Guys, we're gonna bail.
Yeah, I got to get up.
Yeah, it's an hour
I
ahead.
appreciate you coming on, brother. And Kyle always appreciates you. You guys got any parting words for these lovely people?
Cheeto's an asshole.
Yep.
And yeah, that's all I got. Cheeto's an asshole.
Guys, thanks for hanging. I appreciate each and every one of you. Look out for the guy or gal to your left. Look out for the guy or gal to your right. Peace.
Later.